Mes chers collègues, nous allons...
Dear colleagues, we will resume. We're going to have a discussion about Europol's contribution to fighting migrant smuggling, and I will hand the floor over to Professor Lopez Aguilar.
Ναι, βλέπω εικόνα. Εντάξει.
Mes chers collègues, écoutez.
Dear colleagues, well, I suggest that Mr. Lopez Aguilar speak when he turns up. I'll give my introductory comments, and of course, as soon as he asks for the floor, we'll give it to him. So we're going to be moving on to the first thematic debate, and we've chosen to look at an issue that's extremely topical and very much the focus of public debate in many member countries, as we know well in France, where we have the presidential campaign underway at the moment. The number and the power of migrant smugglers has increased exponentially since the crisis in Syria and the repression of the Arab Springs. 90% of people who illegally cross the borders of the Union do so with the help of smugglers, often in terrible conditions, which are dangerous and put their very lives at stake. This crime generates revenue of about 5 billion euros a year. It also generates a huge amount of suffering. Like any crime that's growing fast, the networks are ever more daring, powerful. They defy law enforcement authorities. There are, by definition, no borders with this type of crime. And if we don't cooperate, we are powerless. Europol, which is the shared law enforcement cooperation agency, is very significant in this fight against smuggling of migrants. The agency knows this. It set up the European Centre for Migrant Smuggling, which has some 50 staff members and has a budget of 10 million euros to provide support to member countries in dismantling criminal networks of migrant smugglers. The centre has been extremely successful with some spectacular achievements, as France can testify, but there are many challenges. Challenges regarding the degree of cooperation of member countries, particularly at the front line, the countries of the front line who don't always have the necessary resources given the huge number of migrants being smuggled. And also challenges regarding cooperation with all of the agencies of the Union, particularly, of course, Frontex, and challenges with third countries. Because if we are to be effective against smugglers, we're going to have to sign bilateral agreements with third countries, the countries of origin of the migrants, and this must include operational agreements with Europol. Mr. Loukouf, who's the Executive Director of Europol in charge of operations, will explain how the agency has organized its activities to cope with this challenge. Mr. Johannes Lüchner, who's the Deputy Director General of the DG Migration and Internal Affairs of the European Commission, will be explaining how the Commission hopes to put an end to this loathsome smuggling. And finally, Mrs. Silke Albert, who is an expert in crime prevention in the Department of Human Trafficking and Migrant Trafficking at the Organised Crime Directorate and Illicit Trafficking Directorate of the UNODC, will give us a global perspective. Obviously, this issue is not just confined to the European Union. I suggest that I give the floor to Mr. Lopez Aguilar and then Mr. Buffet, and then to the other speakers in the order that I read out their names. Mr. Lopez Aguilar.
Merci.
Thank you.
Europol's contribution in the fight against migrant smugglers. Matter of the utmost concern, of the highest concern for the European Parliament and all, but especially for the Committee of Liberty, Justice and Home Affairs on good reason. Undermining EU migration management objectives, smuggling is an issue that must be tackled by all means, including, of course, criminal law at EU level. And that is why we are to hear now from a couple of guest speakers, getting started in this afternoon session with Monsieur Buffet. Monsieur Buffet, are you there?
Oui, je suis présent,
Yes, I am here. Are you giving me the floor? Right. Thank you. I was supposed to say a few words after the intervention of our chair, Johan Pive, but I don't have much to add to what she has said. I endorse fully everything she said. I would just add that this kind of crime is all the more loathsome because it causes so much human misery, and it requires even stronger responses when it's instrumentalized by countries that are trying to destabilize our democratic societies. We have to become more effective. We have to be relentless when it comes to dealing with states that encourage this form of smuggling, and we have to show greater solidarity amongst ourselves. I'd also like to point out the subject will be on the agenda of our meeting of national parliaments on the 15th and 16th of May that will be taking place at the Senate. So I hand you back the floor. Dear Yael, thank you very much indeed. So we will be hearing the various presentations, and I would like first of all to give the floor to Jean-Philippe Loucouf, who's the Deputy Director General of Europol in charge of operations.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez, Madame la Présidente?
I hope I can be heard. Thank you. Thank you for putting this subject on the meeting for today, the agenda. A few days ago, Europol published the annual report of the European Centre on Migrant Smuggling. This report confirms once again that this is a very serious threat. And there's organized crime behind this. It's a threat for the whole of Europe. The migrant smugglers are major criminals. Obviously, this undermines the fundamental rights of the migrants themselves, so they often put in very dangerous situations, but it also threatens the internal security of the EU and the migratory regulations set up. In 2020, for the first time in 5 years, Europol noted an increase in migrant smuggling activities, and this for over nearly all the incoming routes towards the EU. This is particularly true for sea-bound smuggling across the Mediterranean to Italy or towards Cyprus. There was a particularly marked increase, doubling for journeys to Italy across the Mediterranean. The price paid to go from Turkey to Italy a few years ago used to be 6,000 euros. It's now 12,000. Furthermore, this year we've seen new routes and new tension points on the eastern borders of Europe, particularly, of course, Belarus, but also across the Channel, as you pointed out. Therefore, it will come as no surprise that we've also noted an increase of migrant smuggling within the EU in secondary movements, in other words, between the countries of first arrival and then other countries. The modus operandi and the forms of this smuggling vary greatly, but they all have in common that they imperil the lives of the migrants. What can Europol do? Well, it's trying to develop a pluridisciplinary approach. As you know, Europol's role is to support the member countries' investigations in this area. The Migrant Smuggling Centre is really the cornerstone of all this because it processes the information that comes in from the member countries. It also provides analytical reports, and it provides support on the ground in investigations, and when necessary, it works through liaison officers. Just to give you some figures, in 2021, the Migrant Smuggling Centre supported 160 operations. Experts of the centre took part in 55 action days. And thanks to this support, 24 high-value targets were identified and apprehended. This pluridisciplinary approach uses three main types of action. First of all, trying to stop document fraud and the trafficking of visas. The Migrant Smuggling Center has a specialized team working on that. Secondly, to make sure that financial investigations are carried through appropriately. This is significant in hitting the traffickers. And then thirdly, and this is something I'll come back to, increasingly using digital online information. The smugglers themselves actually advertise their services online. They use social networks for this purpose and various internet sites. This helps them avoid detection. The Internet Referral Unit in Europol follows up very closely this action. We had a referral action day to refer back on these actions. More than 450 social media sites were detected, and some have been closed down. Of course, this action has to be seen within the impact program, and it's proven extremely effective. Europol follows all of this very closely in constant liaison with the other European agencies, and first and foremost, Frontex. And the external borders, Europol deploys case officers who carry out security checks, in particular in Cyprus, Greece, Italy, Malta, and Lithuania. They do this with a rapid deployment system, and in the summer of 2021, we were able to deploy this action on the border with Belarus within 24 hours, these guest officials there. More than 20 operations were supported by IMSC. And given that Ukraine is extremely topical at the moment, we're following the situation there very closely indeed, with great precision, and we're offering our support to member countries that have a border with Ukraine. Moving to the west and the Channel, thousands of illegal immigrants tried to cross the Channel this year. There's a threefold increase compared to last year, with terrible incidents such as November 2021 when 20 migrants drowned. Europol has an expert in the Franco-British intelligence service at Coquel, and more than 50 investigations have had support. By way of conclusion, I'd like to focus on two practical matters that I think are important: cooperation with third countries on the one hand, and secondly, online digital matters regarding this smuggling. We don't have enough information about the countries of origin, and we really have to do more to develop cooperation with these countries. We've been following the Commission's action to develop more cooperation with these third non-EU countries that are countries of origin. The roots begin in those countries. That's where the criminals start, and we need information about what's going on there. As for digital online, this is essential This is something that we have to develop more, not just in Europol, but also in the member countries. We need to follow closely the media, the social networks. We need to work together so that we can identify the sites and the networks. This requires resources that are sometimes hard to find in foreign languages, the languages spoken by the migrants. By way of conclusion, this criminal threat is a threat to the life of migrants. It generates huge profits, and it's a major challenge for the European Union. We require very close cooperation between Europol, member countries, and all the operational partners, particularly in third countries. Otherwise, we will not get the better of this crime. Thank you very much indeed, Director.
Madame.
Thank you. And I should now like to hand over to Johannes Luschner, who is Deputy Director General for DG Home at the European Commission. And forgive me, Johannes, I'm not sure if I'm talking to Monsieur or Madame, so it's Monsieur Luschner. Over to you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And if you'll forgive me, I will switch now to English.
Thank you very much for this information, for this invitation. This discussion is, of course, very timely. I think the President and Jean-Philippe from Europol have already set out the main challenges. Our most important concern here is, of course, the human tragedy that we are constantly witnessing. Since 2014, more than 20,000 migrants have died while attempting to cross the Mediterranean. Last year alone on the West African route in the Atlantic, more than 1,300 lost their lives, and those are only the confirmed figures. The reality is likely to be even worse. When it comes to our efforts against migrant smuggling, the Commission has decided on a renewed EU action plan against migrant smuggling for the coming years. The Commission adopted that plan in 2021, and the actions are now fourfold. One is to reinforce the cooperation with partner countries and international organizations. Second, to sanction migrant smugglers and prevent the exploitation of migrants. Third, to reinforce cooperation and support the work of law enforcement and of the judiciary. And fourth, to increase the knowledge base on migrant smuggling. We are, as you know, and Jean-Philippe has already mentioned it, confronted with new challenges. One is what we call digital smuggling. Second one, the very worrying phenomenon of the instrumentalization of migrants in what we could call state-sponsored or rather state-organized smuggling. And third, a much stronger cooperation with our partner countries, without which we can't really combat the phenomenon. On digital smuggling, what we mean by that is that smugglers, just like organized crime in all other areas, is increasingly using digital services and tools such as social media and mobile applications for recruitment, for communication, for money transfers, etc. This is an area that needs a high focus on our part, and it needs cooperation with different private companies such as Meta, Facebook, TikTok, Telegram, to just name a few. The Commissioner Johansson, was recently, among others for this purpose, in Silicon Valley to talk about this phenomenon and see with the companies how we can combat that. Europol has concluded very successful actions in December of last year, linked to the instrumentalization of migrants in the Belarus crisis, where the European Migrant Smuggling Center in Europol supported us in taking offline, off social media, accounts that were providing illegal content. The agency provided around-the-clock support to criminal investigations, deploying analysts and guest officers to requesting member states, cross-checking of information, internet monitoring, and so on. In the renewed EU action plan, we also call for strengthened cooperation with our partner countries. We are not only about a phenomenon that requires criminal and judicial action, we're also talking about a phenomenon that requires action at the root. The commissioner was recently in Agadez, I think it was 2-3 weeks ago, in Niger, where a lot of previous smugglers told her, if you don't create economic alternatives, we don't know what we do. So we also have to really work closely with the third countries, also in their regional socioeconomic development programs, to make sure that there are alternatives at the root to prevent smuggling from happening in the first place. And with key countries of origin and transit, and the commissioner, as I said, was recently in Niger, but the same conversation exists with quite a number of countries, we want to strengthen the legal, policy, operational, and strategic frameworks in order to respond. And that includes, of course, cooperation with Europol, cooperation with Frontex, and anybody else who can help defeat the smugglers. In this context, the Commission is also focusing its attention on sanctioning smuggling networks. The guidance of the Commission on the so-called facilitators package was presented with the Pact of Migration and Asylum in 2020. And I want to underline that that guidance makes it very clear that humanitarian assistance, which is mandated by law, should never be criminalized and certainly not described as a criminal smuggling activity. We will report on the implementation of the facilitators package in 2023 and then reach our conclusions as to what action might or might not be necessary to pursue. Very briefly, to conclude on the role of Europol, it's a key role in supporting anti-migrant smuggling activities. The center that was referred to was established in 2016. Europol is crucial in coordinating and supporting member states' efforts. It is crucial in information sharing among all actors and provide a swift exchange and processing of information, not only coming from member states, but also from Frontex, from Interpol, from CSDP missions. In the new Europol mandate, of course, this will continue. As you know, the co-legislators have agreed on the 1st of February on the basic legislation, which is a very good package for fighting serious crime and terrorism in Europe. This soon-to-be adopted regulation will enhance and reinforce the capacities of Europol with new competences and additional resources, both human resources and financial resources. And it goes without saying that we're looking very much forward also to reinforce the work against migrant smugglers from the origin of the problem right inside towards the European Union. Thank you very much.
Merci.
Thank you very much to Mr. Deputy Director General. Now we'd like to hear from Madame Silke Albert, who's a crime prevention expert in the Organized Crime and Illicit Trafficking branch of the UNODC. Over to you, Madam.
Very much. Can I first check if you can hear me? Yes, okay, thank you. And thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in this important debate. Speaking on behalf of the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, in the context of Europol's contribution in the fight against migrant smugglers, I would like to start by drawing your attention to the international framework concerning this crime, which is the Protocol against the Smuggling of Migrants by Land, Sea and Air, supplementing the UN Convention against Organized Crime. And there is another protocol supplementing the Organized Crime Convention, which is the protocol to prevent, suppress, and punish trafficking in persons, especially women and children. I mention this because sometimes these international instruments seem a bit far, but the EU and all EU states are party to these treaties, just like many states from which the smuggled migrants and trafficked persons in the EU come from. My organization is mandated to support states in their efforts to either become parties to these treaties, but they are quite widely ratified now, and then also to implement these, which has already led to harmonized legislation and greater possibilities of cooperation between countries around the globe. And in the absence of bilateral cooperation agreements, the treaties can also serve as a direct basis for cooperation among state parties. You can see from the composition of that framework that migrant smuggling and trafficking in persons are being tackled in the context of organized crime, since the instruments supplement the Organized Crime Convention, but also that indeed migrant smuggling and human trafficking are treated as separate crimes, despite their overlaps that they, of course, have. And migrant smuggling and human trafficking pose significant threats both to people and to states. And we heard that from the previous speakers, that it is all states along the routes, not just origin countries, not just transit countries, and not just destination countries, but all three. It is clear that for the EU, both crimes have external dimensions. It is important to keep this in mind. And UNODC welcomes the new EU strategy to tackle organized crime, its strategy on combating trafficking in human beings, and its renewed action plan against migrant smuggling. My office has submitted concrete recommendations and inputs to these instruments, and we greatly value partnerships with the EU to fight these crimes. We appreciate the comprehensive and holistic approach that the previous speaker from DG Home has just mentioned, and also that these EU policies acknowledge upfront the importance of the UN instruments and emphasize the need to implement these. So the goals include joint focus on the importance of international multi-agency cooperation projects in origin and transit countries, renewed focus on operational partnerships with origin and transit countries for a whole of route approach, and then also focusing on breaking the business model of traffickers and smugglers that is targeting the illicit profit which drives these crimes. Also important, protecting and empowering victims, including promoting for trafficking victims the non-punishment principle, and ensuring that victims are not harmed in responses to trafficking and smuggling. And then also protecting smuggled migrants from abuse and exploitation, promoting legal and safe pathways. And these goals pretty much are the same with the goals and priorities that UNODC has given itself, including tackling smuggling of migrants and trafficking in persons along migration routes, especially the abuse of people, especially the exploitation of people. And also, when it comes to Europol, I can only echo the importance that the previous speakers have mentioned. For example, in the previous action plan, enhanced policy and judicial response. This was enhancing operational cooperation against migrant smuggling, and that included the creation of this Europol European Migrant Smuggling Center. And we have read with great interest the last annual report that has just been published. And for the current action plan, it might be worthwhile, in addition to creating new initiatives for judicial cooperation against migrant smuggling in Africa, maybe also to strengthen cooperations and networks that already exist. For example, the West African Network of Central Authorities and Prosecutors, called WACAP, or the Africa Prosecutors Association for the Southern Africa Police Chiefs Corporation, SARPCO. Also, it's clear that the EU and all of us would need to step up our support for the enhancement of the capacity that exists in third countries to investigate and prosecute organized crime and migrant smuggling, in addition, including by the use of digital evidence, and also that has been mentioned by the previous regulations. And we understand that new regulations at Europol provide a legal framework for such an information exchange. And of course, it is key that this is not perceived in practice as a one-way communication. And it would be key that more information flows from the EU, its member states and agencies to third countries. And again, particular attention should be put to financial investigations and online investigations, cybercrime. Thank you very much.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madame Albert. Now I should like to hand the floor over to our members of Parliament who are online. Now, there have been 18 different requests for the floor. The very first one is to be asked by Mr. Lucas Mandel from the European Parliament. Everybody will have 1 minute 30.
Donc, je vais passer.
I will perhaps hand over to the next speaker. So, Mr. Mandel, you're welcome to take the floor later. We've got Mr. Nikos Keteros, who is head of the Permanent Committee for Refugees from Cyprus. You have the floor, 1 minute 30.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to welcome the initiative of the French presidency to include this controversial and hot topic for discussion in the agenda of the JPSG meeting today, especially in view of the current situation in Ukraine and the current flight of large numbers of refugees from Ukraine renders the fight against migrant smuggling a matter of urgency, top priority. Since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, criminals have adapted to the new rules and restrictions and exploited those most vulnerable as a result. It is an indisputable fact that Cyprus also suffers from the criminal activities of migrant smugglers, and that vast activity is taking place through the buffer zone. At this point, though, it should be emphasized that the natural character of Europol should be ancillary. Immigration wouldn't be regulated by strengthening repressive and deterrent mechanisms, which often endangers the lives of people seeking opportunities to improve their lives. Additionally, we insist that in view of the prospect of the adoption of a single EU pact of migration and asylum, the principle of solidarity and fair burden sharing of migratory flow must be unequivocally adopted. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Now I should like to hand over to Mr. Lucas Mandel from the European Parliament.
Il y a un petit problème de...
It appears we have a connection problem. I can see that he's here with us, but we're not able to hear him. So we will move on to Mr. Morten Petersen, European Parliament.
Thank you so much, Chair. I hope I'm coming through. Dear colleagues, dear Europol, I'm happy to speak on this important topic because we all know that migration should be handled and done in an orderly and legal way, which is also why we need to discuss this concept of legal migration and legal migration paths in order to have things done in a proper way. Now, migrant smuggling will always be a cross-border problem, which is obviously why we need to facilitate cross-border solutions. So we need to have a more coordinated approach on this important issue. Now, let me refer back to a report made last year by the European Court of Auditors. Came out with this report, Europol support to fight migrant smuggling, a valued part of, but insufficient use of data sources and result measurement. Now, as indicated in this title, Europol do many things right in relation to preventing migrant smuggling, but conclusion is indeed that Europol is a valued partner and has a very important information exchange hub. However, there are issues that we need to address, and I therefore want to ask Europol some specific questions on how Europol has followed up on these recommendations that the European Court of Auditors came up with. So what is Europol currently doing in order to get better access to the relevant databases? Have Europol enhanced its cooperation with its partners like Frontex through mutual data exchange and with Eurojust as well? And what have Europol done finally to make this prioritization process more transparent? Thank you so much. I'm looking very much forward to the further discussion. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Now the floor is for Mr. Cohen Metsu from the Belgian Parliament.
Again, I thank you, Ms. Speaker. I'm going to be very brief because there are 18 colleagues of mine also asking questions, and actually the experts already gave more or less an answer towards my question, but not entirely. So please allow me. The illegal smuggling of migrants and the problem of the small boats. Last time, I also flagged the problem of the migrant smuggling in small boats across the English Channel. The number of incidents increased over the last year, and it is costing, obviously, too many people's lives. I think we all agree that smugglers are not allowed to get away with this. So indeed, I would like to further follow up on this issue. Is Europol continuing its support to the national law enforcement authorities of Belgium, France, and the Netherlands in this issue? In which kind of way, and which specific actions have taken place these last months? Maybe a final question, how can we make it more difficult for these smugglers to continue their activities? But I've heard already some hints about it. Those are my brief questions, Ms. Chair.
Merci à vous.
Thank you very much to you. Now, Madame Saskia Brickman has the floor. European Parliament.
Question est plus courte.
Yes, I have a very short question. It's about what was just raised by Samuel Rafaela about the import of products that are stemming from forced labor. So I'm very pleased to hear about the new package that was announced last week. I think that this is a step in the right direction, but you know, in the European Parliament, we are looking forward to having an independent package thereupon. My next question is about Taiwan. On the green side of things, we've been discussing the issue of Taiwan and looking at investments. And we're just wondering, I'm sorry, says the interpreter, the sound keeps cutting out. in terms of the semiconductors and their place in the global value chain, we're wondering how can we deal with this? Have you done something in this regard? And finally, what kind of anti-coercive measures the UN Council of Foreign Relations is looking at taking this further with a resilience office for coordinating the European response and also as concerns costs of coercion? We'd like to hear your opinion thereupon. Thank you.
Je vous remercie pour le Bundesrat.
Thank you very much. And now from the Bundesrat, Mr. Boris Pistorius.
Nein, das ist ein Missverständnis. Das war eine
No, this was I was actually going to speak this morning. It's a misunderstanding. It's not for now.
Our apologies for that. Mr. Lucas Mandel, are you with us now?
Yeah, I'm here. It didn't work before. It was obviously the different link which I had used before, and I didn't receive any help from the moderation, but now it seems to work. It's a pity that we can't meet in Paris personally. I would strongly recommend that we will continue with personal meetings and re-engage in personal meetings in the future. The times of online meetings are over, I would say, due to many different reasons. It will be important for the unity of Europe and for our cooperative work and its effectiveness and our results that we meet personally in the future. This is my strong recommendation. Secondly, we have very crucial days now on the European level. Of course, the humanitarian aspect is extremely important, and also the security aspect in terms of military, but the security aspect in terms of police forces gets more and more important, since in some EU states and other European states, migrants, people who had to flee from the Russian aggression in Ukraine are already present, and there are much more expected to come. And I guess we have a clear European neighborhood obligation to take care of them as good as we can. And as we all know, this is in each and every European state also a question for the police forces, and also a field where the police forces has a lot of competences. So what we have parliamentarily tried to achieve on European level in the last years is a much easier cooperation in terms of bureaucracy and in terms of administrative burden for police forces all over Europe. And this will be, this migrant situation from Ukraine will be a field where this will be proven, whether the good cooperation which the police forces themselves are obviously willing to conduct will properly work due to the regulations we have set in place, and we will have to learn a lot from the practice and from the practical procedures ahead. Not only that field, beside the Russian attack on Ukraine, anyway, wanted to share with you during this conference my view on fighting two things of utmost importance. The one is organized crime, and the other one is smuggling from parts of the world where people get uprooted, not due to wars, but due to migration flows. And of course, organized crime in the usual way, the conventional way, and smuggling are interconnected. And smuggling is, in today's world, one of the worst crimes among all the organized crime issues. And that's why it seems so important to me that we provide the police forces with much more opportunity all over Europe to work together. Thank you again, and I look forward to meet in person next time. All the best for you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Claire Daly, the European Parliament.
Bon.
Right, so that's not working. So we've got Mr. Alexander van Hattem from the Netherlands Senate. Are you online?
Small question about the human trafficking and smuggling. Does Europol act in some way against so-called NGOs who are also doing some illegal activities in human trafficking and human smuggling on the Mediterranean or other locations in Europe? That's my question for the moment. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much. And finally, for the Greek Parliament, Ms. Konstantinos Karagnoukis.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Thank you very much. I would like to agree with the previous speaker that after the illegal invasion of Russia to Ukraine, we have a new situation, and we are called upon to deal with this new situation. And Europol itself will have to contribute with its own tools in this very difficult situation. And now, answer to the migration issue, the situation in the Eastern Mediterranean was and still is very pressing, not only for Italy or Cyprus, as mentioned, but mainly for Greece. After the inhumane tactics and unacceptable tactics of Turkey to instrumentalize human lives, we expect Turkey to fully implement the provisions of the Common Declaration of 2016. It has to effectively stop migration flows. Now, as regards the new agreement, we think it is necessary to strike a balance between responsibility and solidarity, because the new agreement proposes binding border procedures for the frontline member states, but flexible and non-binding solidarity for the rest. It is important for relocations to be compulsory and to take place within a brief period of time. Thank you very much.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all of those who've asked questions. That brings us to the end of the first series of questions, and I suggest we now give the floor for answers to Mr. Jean-Philippe Lecoux, then Mr. Johannes Lüchner, and Madame Silke Albert will be able to provide additional information, and we'll go the other way around for the second round. Mr. Lecoux. Madam Chair, thank you. Yes, I'd like to answer Mr. Ketiros from Cyprus. What he has highlighted is obviously entirely relevant. We have 5 guest officers in Cyprus, and this is one of our priorities, obviously. Mr. Peterson mentioned the report of the European Court of Auditors. We are currently working on this together with our colleagues from Frontex in order to facilitate exchange of information, make it more systematic. There are also new options with the revised Europol mandate, and an agreement has been reached on this, and it will enter into force in the course of this year. This will enable us to integrate more information than was the case in the past. So all of this is underway. We haven't completed the implementation of all of the measures that were recommended by the auditors, but we're certainly working on it. I'd also like to answer Mr. Metsu about the small boats. We have set up what we call an operational task force. This is Belgium, Germany, France, the Netherlands, and the UK, to really try and dismantle these migrant smuggling networks which bring migrants over in small boats and prevent them from causing so much harm with the crossings of the channel. The operation is underway. I can't give you any details for obvious reasons, but we're working very hard on this. Mr. Mandel, yes, in answer to your question, we have a nexus between organized crime and migrant smuggling. That's clear. And this is why we want to work very much on financial investigations. And Mr. Keretis, I'd like to, the Greek speaker, I'd like to say that Greece is one of our operational priorities. So we have 18 guest officers deployed in Greece. And we're obviously following very closely developments there in very close cooperation with the Greek authorities. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I'll now give the floor to Mr. Lukna.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have much to add. Maybe just on 3 points. Turkey. In the European Commission, and particularly with Commissioner Johansson, we regularly discuss the EU-Turkey statement, and we recall the mutual obligations. Regarding European obligations, the European countries are abiding by the commitments they made, and we do remind Turkey that they should take back people as stated under the terms of the agreement. Regarding the role of Europol when it comes to security, in practically all operations, there was one recently in Afghanistan where we evacuated quite a lot of Afghans, and so did the Americans. There's also the operations in the Balkans. We can always work through Europol with second-line checks. In other words, if there's any suspicion of irregularities or terrorists, colleagues from Europol always help out. And just to react to the comments made by Mr. Peterson, we agree that, of course, we need to discuss in parallel legal migration routes, especially when we talk with third countries. Without that possibility of legal migration, we will always have problems of illegal migration. We've got a number of partnerships that have been set up to have discussions about legal migration options. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mrs. Albert, do you have anything to add to the answers provided so far?
Pardon. Okay, I can probably also only echo what the previous speakers have said. And also on the question, what can make it more difficult for smugglers? I mean, the international framework, the smuggling protocol has quite a number of provisions that deal with prevention and border measures, the security and control of documents and legitimacy and validity of documents that are being used in the course of migrant smuggling, the facilitation of irregular migration and migrant smuggling. Of course, we have also heard that financial investigations, if successful, will be where it hurts migrant smugglers most. And then also what we've seen is there is still the tendency to punish the very illegal border crossing. And of course, for that, you punish the very migrant whose border crossing is being facilitated. But there is a need to go at the networks and to look at the links. And for that, of course, maybe targeted training is needed, and also cooperation again between origin and destination countries. And then there had been a question on acting against NGOs. I know it was not addressed to me, but just to remind ourselves that smuggling of migrants, according to the UN treaty, which, however, the EU countries are party to, shall mean the procurement in order to obtain directly or indirectly a financial or other material benefit. And with this, I think it is very clear, and also through the fact that the smuggling protocol is actually supplementing the organized crime convention. It is very clear where the direction of these instruments go, and that is to really tackle organized crime and those that benefit from the facilitation of the irregular border crossing. So I don't know whether that's whether that applies to NGOs, and only in such cases would sanctioning or acting against NGOs probably be relevant. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to be able to continue with our list of questions, and I should like to hand over to Mr. Jacek Kursypa from the Polish Parliament.
Alors, encore une fois, je suis très contente de notre...
I'm very delighted to take part in today's meeting. Poland has a lot of experience in border problems, particularly between the Poland-Belarus border, but also as concerns the current situation of war in Ukraine. There are two strategies that we use. First one is the military strategy that Putin, Lukashenko put in place against Poland, and the second is the humanitarian crisis caused by the war in Ukraine. Now, the first one, this is a form of illegal activity. It's very lucrative for organized criminal groups. Because of the relatively low detection levels, which actually means that it's a lucrative business for them to be in. Therefore, military-based solutions against these kinds of criminal activities need to be based on financial flows and confiscation of assets used by these organized criminal groups, so as to deprive them of their financial sources. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now for the Lithuanian party, Mr. Andrius Mazuronis.
Alors, il n'est pas en ligne.
He does not appear to be online, so we'd move on then to Mr. Luis Gestoso de Miguel from the Spanish Parliament.
D'accord, donc nous prenons...
Moving on then to Mechtilde Wittmann, please.
Ja, Frau Vorsitzende.
Chair, ladies and gentlemen, thank you first of all for this exchange this afternoon, and I get straight to the subject I want to address. The whole issue of cooperation regarding companies that run social media platforms and the operators for Telegram, for instance, or Meta and these companies. What possibilities are there to interrupt channels of communications for the smugglers by working with those companies, and then cooperation with countries of origin? There's been talk about trying to provide people with a livelihood in those countries. After all, the idea of the smugglers is to smuggle migrants to supposedly prosperous countries. And then, of course, money is sent back to the countries of origin, and that's an important source of revenue for those countries. So Is there not some way, perhaps, of better controlling remittances from the countries of arrival? And then another matter that I'd like to address, would it not be conceivable to ask Europol to do more controls, to have more powers regarding forms of traffic, a kind of concerted action that would be cross-border, and also to control flows of data, particularly so as to be able to better identify people involved in this smuggling. And I'd like to remind you about the question that was raised by Sebastian Fiedler and also Boris Pistorius. We need to do more to fight money laundering. This isn't just a minor issue. I think our focus must be put on that. If we help us to identify the people behind this smuggling, and then regarding the frightening situation currently in Ukraine, I think that it's one thing for people who are migrating from an area that is threatened by war and is on our very doorstep. That's a very different situation rather than longer-term migration for mainly economic reasons that's been going on for a long time. So I think we really do need to differentiate. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mrs. Isabel Oneto.
Of course, the problem of migratory pressure on the European Union remains, as has been discussed here. The situation of pressure from migrants between the Belarusian border and Poland is still not resolved, and just recently the Polish authorities announced the arrest, with the support of Europol, of the national involved in these migrant slummings. The support of and the protection of Ukrainian refugees requires, in this context, a greater effort and commitment on the part of the authorities of the member states and Europol, to whom I am grateful for the work that has been carried out on this field. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Now I should like to hand over to Mr. Christos Spirtsis from the Greek Parliament.
S'il n'est pas en ligne avec...
If that person is not available, then Saskia Brugman.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would actually like to be able to receive the note verbal and the names of the people taking part prior to our next GPSG. That will actually enable us to take the floor with a little bit more relevance. Thank you very much. I think that we're going to have an absolutely comprehensive approach if we're ever going to make a difference in combating this scourge, and also ensuring legal and safe routes into Europe. But obviously, that would make things harder for smugglers. But that Europe Fortress is actually making things even more lucrative for smugglers currently. I want to understand what Europol is doing concretely in the hotspots around our borders. We know that in Greece and Turkey there are hotspots that are currently staffed, but I just want to know which operational missions are there, how many agents are in situ. You talked about 18 in Greece, for example. We want to know how many seconded officers are there, what kinds of in-situ activities are being undertaken by those people, and what is Frontex's cooperation like with you? And also, when it comes to biometric technology deployed in the hotspots, where are we at? And what has been set in place to ensure the respect of the fundamental rights of those people being checked? Thank you very much. Thank you. From among the other people online, does anyone else wish to ask a question whose name has not yet been called? For example, some of the people whose name I called earlier who might now be ready to take the floor. Please raise your hand. I see the Greek Parliament representative would like to take the floor. Yes, I'll hand you the floor with pleasure.
Yes, indeed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I do not know why there has been some tangle. My name is Stavros Keretis. I'm a deputy elected in the Department of Evros in northern Greece. I'm a member of the Greek Parliament.
Très bien, mon cher collègue, on vous écoute.
Please proceed.
Λοιπόν, ευχαριστώ. Very much for that. So I was saying that if there was something that the crisis in Ukraine has put forward were two things, and we both condemn those things. It is the inability of the European construction to cope with external matters in terms of defense and security. And then another aspect that was put forward is the humanitarian crisis triggered. All this is tangible proof of the fact that the immigration issue could never be tackled unless the causes of it can be dealt with, and one of these causes is warfare. The instrumentalization of the immigration issue by autocrats render this a weapon in the hands of the hybrid war against Europe. And such war is not just against those countries along the border, as, for example, Greece, Poland, or Lithuania for that reason. It is for all European countries to understand this is a warfare against Europe as a whole, which means why we need to coordinate and really act in a solidary and efficient way. In that direction, it pays to modify Europol's regulation so as to have a more efficient tackling of organized crime, as well as for the illegal immigrant trafficking networks to be combated, as well as a terrorist network to be combated. We need to be better coordinated as member states. We need to reinforce our cooperation with third-party countries so that we may all have a better outcome. It goes without saying this should only happen within the context of the protection of human rights and humanitarian values that are incorporated by the European Union. Thank you very much.
Merci, merci, mon cher collègue. Donc,
Thank you, colleague. And I'll now give the floor to Mr. Johannes Luckner for the answers. He's Deputy Executive Director, Operational Matters and Migration. Thank you. I think that most of the answers will be given by my colleague from Europol. Perhaps just one answer that I'd like to give to Mrs. Brigmont relating to cooperation with third countries. And I'm going to give the example of West Africa, Senegal and Niger more particularly, where trafficking in human beings and migrants is just one branch of organized crime. The same people also traffic in weapons and do drug dealing, anything they can make money out of. Third countries are often keen to cooperate with us because their own security is threatened by these traffickers. They may be professional criminals, sometimes they're terrorists, sometimes they're both, sometimes they're people who finance terrorism. So these are major issues relating to controlling their territory, and we very often have joint investigation teams with experts, policemen from the member countries, France, Spain, Italy, who work very closely with their Senegalese counterparts. Our experience is that this is very much appreciated by the third countries, and this cooperation is very effective in fighting these illicit activities. And there's a second pillar that we're working on at the moment, and this is a structural partnership with Frontex, and making available not just expertise, but also surveillance planes and other ways of controlling borders. And I'm sure that this too will be very successful. Thank you. Jean-Philippe Loucouf from Europol.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I should like to cluster my response concerning the financial aspects of our response, as we heard from Madam Wittmann and from Poland. Just to say that we do support those investigations undertaken by each member state, and that is why a year and a half ago we set up the Economic and Financial Crime Unit at Europol, which is going to increase our capacity in this field. And it is actually, as I mentioned at the outset, a very important aspect of our battle in this regard. Secondly, when it comes to migrant smuggling, I should point out that there is very proactive and effective cooperation between the different platforms when it comes to the referencing of all the different websites that we identified in December. Some of those major operators, including TikTok, Meta, and Facebook, have, at our behest, even though they had no legal obligation, taken down content that was online that was being used by migrant smugglers. So here again, there is a possibility for voluntary cooperation with the platforms in this regard. It's not always so smooth, but we do have some very positive examples thereon. And I should like to thank Madam Oneto from Portugal for her kind words of support for Europol's actions. To respond to Madame Brickman's comments concerning the hotspots and the guest officers, we have 42 guest officers currently deployed, but the figures do fluctuate depending on the requirements. They're in the 5 countries that I mentioned in my preliminary statement. And these Europol officers are undertaking what we call secondary verifications. In other words, whenever there is some significant doubt concerning the European level security, particularly as concerns the detection of infiltration, be they of terrorist organizations or migrant smuggling, that's when they come into play. And so in these hotspots, we are there to detect threats that or individuals that could infiltrate Europe, and we work very, very closely in cooperation with the Frontex. This secondary verification then is essentially about countering threats of a terrorist nature to Europe and illegal immigration. And Europol is not there to undertake any biometric sampling in those areas. And finally, I should just like to round this off by saying we can also second, and we've done this in France, Lithuania, and Poland, we can second specialists from the European Migrant Smuggling Center who go in situ to lend support to the investigations undertaken by the various member states. And this has already been underscored, that we can in this way take part in the investigations undertaken by Poland, Lithuania, or elsewhere, and we've done this with the Dutch, Belgian, British, and French authorities who are working on the channel crossings in small boats. And finally, if I can just take a second to add one thing. Naturally, we distinguish between the current situation in Ukraine, where we're not detecting any criminal activity, and people who are fleeing war and seeking refuge in Europe, many of whom actually cross over external borders of the EU in a perfectly legal manner. Ukrainians are not going to need a visa to enter into Europe. And given the activity that we've seen currently over this last weekend and ever since the start of hostilities, we've seen that the Ukrainians entering Europe come through perfectly legal channels, and obviously they understand that they have to go through checks at the border, and these are taken in by our Hungarian, Romanian colleagues and all of the neighboring countries of Ukraine. So thank you. That is what I wanted to add. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Director. And just wondering, it's now been 10 years, and remember that we set the topics for this meeting long before we knew what the situation would be in Ukraine. So obviously, we didn't actually realize that we'd be facing this influx of thousands of refugees fleeing war in Ukraine and coming into the European territory in perfectly legal channels. Thank you, Madam Albert. Would you like to add something by way of response to this round of questions?
Maybe just quite general, because the answers were already quite comprehensive, but also to say that there is a lot of reasons for migration, and of course we can bundle them under economic reasons, but maybe as we see also large numbers of migrants stemming from conflict and post-conflict, as we see now in Ukraine, but also Afghanistan and still many other countries. Maybe you can set up a meeting in a good course of time and still be very timely, because also climate change may push people away from their countries of origin. And also there are many other reasons, like lack of opportunity of people and still a burden on women to have roles in society that kind of like automatically pushes them or puts them at a disadvantage where they need to provide without having the resources. And also what we would need to consider in terms of migrant smuggling is that smuggled migrants are also, because of the situations they are in, extremely vulnerable to trafficking in persons. And that is something that we do have to keep in mind. And we do have to keep in mind that only focusing on the migrants and the illegal border crossing really does not help in identifying networks that organize these movements and treat migrants very harshly and up to the risk of their lives. But also we will not be able to identify trafficking in persons, which is even linked to more profits of criminals. But what I'm hearing today is very encouraging, partly also, especially on the side of Europol and the European Commission. And I'm, on behalf of UNODC, of course, we are very, very happy to continue our cooperation here and with the countries participating. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I can see that one of our colleagues from the Parliament has raised their flag. I'll give you a moment to take the floor, but I'd just like to know who you actually are raising your question for. Louise Gestoso.
Thank you. I'm sorry for the delay, but I had some technical problems. Here in Spain, in the south of Europe, the situation is it's very bad about the illegal immigration, because are coming almost daily between 400 and 500 people illegally coming into the coast of Canary Island and the coast of the south of Spain. And here we have a very, very big problem to deal with this because our capabilities to face the illegal immigrations are not enough. Above all, because we have our own government doesn't want to cooperate and to finish with this problem. And I know that this is not political correctly to say, but there is a link between the increase of the felonies and the increase of attack with some kind of knives and burglaries and many other kind of felonies linked with this illegal immigration, and we are having a very huge problem because here when we catch the illegal immigrants, we cannot have the possibility to let them in jail, and the government is not up to let them back, to put them out of our frontiers, and that is such a big problem. And so I think that from Europol and from the European authorities, they had to have a more effective politic of immigrations. They have to increase the mechanism to avoid the legalizations of these people that come illegally to Europe, and they immediately deportations, and they immediately put them back home when they arrive illegally in Europe. Thank you.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Well, I think that concludes this first roundtable, which focused on the networks of facilitators and the combat that Europol is carrying out to combat this. We're going to now move on to our second roundtable. That's with the Commissioner and the Home Affairs Minister. We have the French minister with us, and we have Madame Johannesson. Sadly, is unable to participate at our debate because she's been waylaid in Brussels, where she's had to be dealing with events pertaining to the Ukrainian crisis. And so we will have a replacement from the European Commission for Home Affairs, Migration and Home Affairs. But we also have with us Mr. Germanin, who is from the French, who's the French Minister for the Interior Affairs, and he'll be able to talk to us about Europol and how effective it is in its daily fight against criminality. So, as I've said, we're going to have a very interesting debate. We've just been discussing migration. Now we're going to be looking at the risks and opportunities that progress in the field of artificial intelligence is going to bring to Europol. So before I give the floor to the Minister, I'd like to give the floor, first of all, to the co-chair, who is Mr. Lopez Aguilar, who's in the European Parliament, chair of the Freedom Committee. Thank you, co-chair. Thank you. We also would like to welcome the Minister to our debate, Mr. Gérard Darmanin, and also our colleague from DG Home.
After we hear from the Minister and the Commissioner, we will be having the debate, sure, but I will be giving the floor now to Monsieur Buffet to chair this part of the debate. Monsieur Buffet, if you are there, you can make it.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Well, yes, I don't want to delay giving the floor to our guest today, who I'm very pleased to have with us today, given the very difficult situation that we're in. But for this conference, for this part of the conference, I just wanted to remind you of some measures that need to be noted so that we can keep to our agenda. Our timing is quite tight, so I'd ask each speaker to actually stick to the time limits that have been established. Let me give the floor to our French Minister, Mr. Darmanin, who's got 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much also to the Chair of the Libe Committee and also to the Commissioner. I'd just like to say that just 1 month ago, the French presidency and the European Parliament, first of all, actually reached an agreement on a revised mandate for the Europol regulation, rather. We're all very pleased to see this agreement, that the agreement was reached. So I would like to thank the chair of the Libe Committee and the European Parliament in general for their constructive contributions to this, enabling us to actually reach this goal, which was very important for the security of all of us in Europe. Europol does indeed play an important role for the member states in fighting against terrorism and organised crime. The commissioner who's next to me, is with us today, is going to be able to no doubt give us evidence of that fact. And also Madame de Boll, who does an excellent job as well, the executive director. I'd like to thank her for the work that she's been doing as well over the past years. I think she's with us too. But this is, I think, a constant support for all member states and all of the police forces, all the law enforcement forces throughout Europe. The regulation that was passed by the EU and the presidency means that Europol is going to be much more effective for policing the different types of threats that we are exposed to. We've seen the work that's been done during the COVID-19 crisis by Europol, but also members of the agency, thanks to the revised mandate that was reached with the European Parliament and the other co-legislators, is going to be in a better position now to also deal with information coming from private parties. I know the European Parliament and also the national parliaments, and we have our co-chair says today that they place great store by the scrutiny by this very group on the work that's being done by the administrative body in Europol. And I think that the progress that we've made enables us to better survey the work that's being done in the agency, and this is to the satisfaction of all. In order to strike this balance, however, we need to continue working on a number of very, very difficult and slow-moving affairs. Some of the work that we're doing, it looks at the capacity for Europol to provide analysis of the big data sets in a rapid way. And I think that the mandate has shown us that the Europol did not actually have a clear mandate in its collection and treatment of this data. It was able to it had to sift through the data to find what was useful for its investigations. And the new regulation that we have now drafted provides the changes to its mandate that were required, enabling the Europol to actually deal with the big data in a more rapid way, a more effective way, and able to process this data. In the past, some member states thought that they were doing this in an illicit way or carrying out mass surveillance. That is not true. Indeed, Europol has the greatest data protection of all agencies within the EU. The more recent changes to the mandate are going to be able to strengthen the surveillance of Europol and the European Union also over data protection. But don't forget that the data that is provided to Europol comes from member states, which actually have collected this data under their own legislation. The data is then garnered in by them under an investigation under the supervision of a magistrate. And, of course, the national legislation has got to be respected as well before the data can be passed on to Eurostat or to Europol, which gives you an extra step of an extra guarantee against illicit use of data. We have data, of course, on migrant smuggling, and Europol plays an important role in cooperating in data and information exchange to enable us to combat this data smuggling, which has tragic results, as we saw just a couple of months ago in the Channel. So Europol is working to reduce the to combat the efforts of the migrant smugglers, whose financial gain and whose scope is very, very wide. So we have seen also the Schengen reform, which has actually taken on new importance with the Ukrainian crisis, which is facing us today. But we also see that there are criminal migrant smugglers who we need to combat through collecting such data. As we've seen, 90% of the migrants who are in have been brought in through illicit migrant smugglers are actually being aided by these groups of organized crime criminals. So Europol really, in its action plan for 2025, until 2025, has been given the means to carry out this combat. Also, the European Centre for Against Migrant Smuggling will receive part of that budget. I do actually welcome the proactive role that Europol is playing to prevent migration, illegal migration, and we know that the secondary migration is also a very important matter as well for all of us, especially for the UK, since with the difficulties that they have at their ports and borders. So Europol has also had to deal with the problem of the migrants who have died at sea, and I'm thinking of those who are coming from Turkey and elsewhere in these very poor conditions. So, of course, the objectives are very ambitious, and the executive director has stressed that third countries in North Africa have also got to be seen as a priority area for the whole of Europol. Also, the Balkans, the Western Balkans, we have had 2 meetings under the French presidency with Austria and Hungary, and we will be taking other initiatives before the end of the presidency to deal with or to look at the question of criminality coming from this zone, which is one where criminality is rife and which is a transit area for many migrants who are coming from the Western Balkan area. This is not the top source country for us right now, which is probably further south, but this is very important for us all the same. We want to continue working with Europol on the compromise under the compromise that we've reached with the European Parliament, and I would like to also welcome this again to say that we're working for more effective police integration and cooperation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for those comments. I would now like to give the floor to Mr. Onedi. You have 10 minutes, sir. You're speaking on behalf of the Commissioner, Mr. Onedi.
Merci, Monsieur Buffet.
Thank you. You've already made the point that unfortunately the Commissioner has been prevented from attending the meeting. She's actually not in Brussels. She was mandated by the Extraordinary Council that the Minister was chairing yesterday in Brussels to visit the member countries of the EU that are in the front line. So currently, today, she's in Romania, and later on today, she'll also be going to Slovakia. The point of her visit is, first of all, to provide our support to these countries, but also to take stock of the possible additional requirements that will have to be rolled out in the context of this task facing us all. So, as the Minister has said, I too, on behalf of the Commissioner, would like to run through what's happening as regards the new regulation on Europol. This is something that has been negotiated very, very quickly, and it concerns a certain number of aspects that are directly linked to the type of activity that we want Europol to be rolling out in the context of extreme situations such as that of today. With the rules, it'll be possible to have more resources at the different Europol competence centers. You were referring to aspects linked to the fight against smuggler rings, but it's also relevant when it comes to support to the competence centers for the fight against terrorism. Europol not only provides support to the member states in their investigations, but it's also a competence center at EU level, and in that capacity it lists and registers all of the known terrorists. So we have all of that data, all of that information, which is used throughout the EU and in the information systems that are used by the law enforcement services and also border guards. We have all of that data, and it makes it possible to improve vigilance generally within the EU. As regards cybercrime as well, for some years now, Europol has built up a competence center, which is used by all of the member states. And we see that in a situation such as that we're facing today, aspects linked to cyber attacks are very significant. And if Europol can support the national authorities, it is possible in this way to move forward more quickly, to accelerate the investigations in order to identify the origin of the cyber attacks and also contribute to evidence gathering, because this evidence can then subsequently be used throughout the next steps in the proceedings. And now, as regards major steps forward, we've also got another aspect that's significant, data analysis. All investigations today involve huge amounts of data that has to be analyzed, and no single member state has the capability on its own to analyze all of that data. So increasingly, we're having to share tools. We're having to develop joint tools, tools that are there to make it possible to manage and to analyze the data, but also to have a sort of a cross-checking system between that data and other databases and information bases so that we can carry out this cross-matching, cross-checking. For example, in the context of EncroChat, all of those involved working in the Europol Operations Directorate would have had to work on some 200,000 pieces of data brought in by the Netherlands and French authorities, which would have been totally impossible if it hadn't been possible to use an IT system to accelerate this type of analysis. And then, this is directly related, Europol is also responsible for the development of an innovation hub. Again, this is a center which will be there to guide us when it comes to R&D activities, innovation activities in support of the Union, so that joint tools can be developed, and these too can be made available to all of the member states, so that greater use can be made of the IT tools. And that includes also the innovation tools that need to be used in the fight against crime and terrorism. And then for the agency to be able to cooperate with third countries, there has to be an improvement in terms of exchange of information in the context of investigations, but also gradually work together with partner countries and develop relevant databases for different aspects of organized crime or terrorism. So all of that has to be seen in a modernized context of safeguard, where there's better protection of personal data. A number of aspects have been dealt with in the context of the new regulation, but there are new aspects, innovations that have come from the Parliament, from the European Parliament. For example, an individual, a person who would be responsible for respect to fundamental rights, and greater power given to the Joint Assembly, which is what you are today, with the possibility to be formally involved at least twice a year in the Europol agency management boards. In other words, to have access to strategic documents, to make contributions to strategic discussions, for example, when it comes to the activity program to be defined for the agency, and to give formal opinions on certain programmatic documents of the agency. So I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you here, and I'd like to thank the different presidencies. It started under German presidency, then Slovenian, and now French presidency. Thanks to all of you, because it's giving us a tool that will really live up to our expectations. And thank you also to the European Parliament, which has been working extremely hard in order to allow us to modernize this instrument. Thank you. Thank you very much, Director. I'd now like to turn to the speakers who've requested the floor, and I'd ask you to stick to 3 minutes per intervention, because I would hope that we can stick to the allotted time. Minister, Directors, we've got 10 requests for the floor. We want to have as lively a debate as possible, notwithstanding the remote nature of some. So we'll break this down to 2 parts if you don't object. I'll start by giving the floor to Maiti Pagazaurtundua from the European Parliament.
Thank you very much. I'll be speaking Spanish. I just wanted to say hello to Mr. Onivi and to also send my best wishes to Commissioner Johansson, who is facing a situation which is very difficult for everyone and which has actually moved us all. I would like to say that one of the comments you've made about the transformation of the crimes that we're dealing with. So we've seen that there has been a change in the digital environment, but also the criminals themselves, the way in which they're behaving is very different, and also the way in which the agencies have got to react is also very different today. And I want to thank you for the comments you've made about technological innovation, because if we want to actually counter the criminals, we really have got a very difficult job ahead of us. But I wanted to actually raise one specific question. Just last December, the Commission published a European law enforcement cooperation code, and we want to be more effective. We want to make sure that our investigations, our transborder investigations, are more fruitful. In that code, you talk about promoting a law enforcement culture in Europe, a common culture. We're working together with training courses together, language courses, etc. All very good. But I think in today's environment, citizens are asking for more protection, but they're also asking for the right to privacy. And I think that we see that they don't really have much confidence in the law enforcement forces. And so I just wanted to say that if we want to actually develop a common police culture, we have got to also understand that there are some aspects that go beyond practical cooperation. So I wonder if we couldn't actually try to have greater openness and push for a greater transparency, a culture of transparency. I think taking advantage of this window that's been opened by the Commission for cooperation, and say that we should be not just looking at the police code, but things that we're working on, even in the Council of Europe, they're actually all outdated already. We're talking now about digitalization, confidence, privacy, the risks of AI, and we now want to try and push for a common police code. I think we need to have also a code for transparency and confidence, so that people actually do have confidence in the police institutions, and that we can try and update the codes that already exist to make sure that we're able to promote confidence in our citizens. I think that would be a very good thing. If we want to have a balance between safety and the respect of rights and freedoms, and if we also want to be able to be leaders and make sure that there is no lack of confidence in our institutions at a point of time when there is a lot of doubt about the privacy rights and fear of a breach of our private rights. I think that rather we've got to try to make sure that we have trying to make sure that we have a cultural cultural code for the police, which actually understands these doubts of the citizens. And so I'd like to thank Mr. Onidi for everything he said, and I think that I wish you all the best in the work that you're doing with Commissioner Johansson in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Saskia Brikmont has now asked for the floor. Thank you, Chairman. Minister, Mr. Onidi, you know that my political group has not been too keen on the extension of a number of missions of the agency without at the same time having a really sound, external, independent democratic control. As my colleague was saying just now, there has to be some sort of alliance between security and the respect of fundamental rights. External, independent democratic control, which the Commission didn't want to see in the context of the reform of Europol. But let me remind you, and I'll constantly be saying this is vital when it comes to the protection of personal data. In this context, the concerns that were voiced this morning on a number of occasions by the data protection supervisor are very valid, and I'd like to come back to them. The proposal that came at the end of the trilogue that was filed by the French presidency is Article 74A that was referred to, and it's retroactive in force, and it actually does away with the order to delete data that came from the supervisor. Don't you think that is actually overriding the authority of the supervisor himself? I'd also like to say that I'm delighted to see in the reform that, for example, the designation of an officer for fundamental rights is included. We, as parliamentarians, have to establish the forum that's also referred to as well. So I'd like to launch an appeal to you, addressed at you. Can we count on you and the Commission, the Council, so that we can have real collaboration, so as to have an effective and transparent approach, particularly with a view to returning to a spirit of trust and confidence between police and citizens? Unfortunately, we're seeing in France and in my country as well an increase in violence there. So we need to have strict compliance with fundamental rights, and Europol should be a model. Thank you. Thank you very much. Valentina Cordelli from Italy has the floor. Madame Corneli, you have the floor.
Bonjour.
Allez-y. Bonjour.
Oui.
This is a significant development. All of our countries are very different, but we have to speak with one voice and serve as mediators for peace. It's not up to Europol to do this necessarily, but it has to be seen as part of the overall context.
Je vais donner la parole maintenant à Madame Gwendoline Delbos.
Gwendoline Delbos Caulfield from the European Parliament. You have the floor, madam.
Madame Delbos Corfield. Bien. Ah.
Est-ce que ça marche? Parce que j'essayais de... Allô, m'entendez-vous?
Nous vous entendons très bien.
The sound quality for the interpreters is not very good. I have a question to the Commission, in the absence of the Commissioner. The resolution concerning the online terrorist issue. Well, we were the only group to refer to this in the context of data protection. We've got a number of concerns concerning Europol. We're seeing now, actually, that this is being implemented at national level in different countries. So I'd like to know a little bit more as regards guarantees of data protection and fundamental rights protection in the context of this issue of online terrorism. And Mr. Darmanin, the French government proposal as regards the anti-money laundering package. Well, this is an issue where France is very present, so we'd like to know a lot more about it. Mr. Chrysanthos Savides from Cyprus, if you are there.
Mr. Representative of the Commission, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you and to the Vice President of the European Commission, Mr. Ngos, for the recent signing of the Memorandum of Understanding and a detailed action plan that provide a financial and operational support to strengthen migration management in Cyprus. As you very well know, the memorandum consigned by the European Commission and also by the European Union Asylum Agency, Frontex and Europol, acknowledges that Cyprus is under enormous pressures due to the disproportionate flows of the asylum seekers and migrants, and that need to be supported to face this challenge. The memorandum also recognizes the particular conditions in Cyprus that they emanate from the existence of the Green Line, which is not an external border of the EU, but is separating the areas occupied by the Turkey and the government control areas, through which the majority of the asylum seekers enter the government control areas of the Republic of Cyprus. We are optimistic that the unified approach illustrated in the memorandum will be able to provide a clear-cut answers to Cyprus' concerns. Its threefold approach consists of actions aiming to help Cyprus establish a fair and effective migration management system in line with the EU law. The specific objectives include enhancing first reception capacities, improving the level of material receptions condition of asylum applications, supporting timeline and effective asylum and return procedures, and establishing and implementing an integration strategy. The memorandum and the relevant action plan is a comprehensive and effective roadmap for all actions needed in the immigration management chain that has the potential to the end of instrumentalization of migration of Turkey in Cyprus expense. Thank you for your conditions in this effort and for the stepping up EU solidarity.
Merci, chers collègues.
Thank you very much. I think, well, we've only got 3 more speakers, so we'll continue. Boris Pistorius from the Bundesrat, Germany. You have the floor. It would seem he's not connected. Koen Metsu, if you're connected. Mr. Metsu? It would seem he is not connected either. Sebastian Fiedler, are you there? You have the floor, sir. Actually, I took myself off the list, but I'm very happy to take the opportunity nonetheless to say something to the Minister and the Director. There's the colleague from the European Parliament who said something talking about the need for a sort of codex, and I recall the initiative in the past. I used to be in charge of the German Union for Law Enforcement Officers, and I spoke in favor of a joint police culture. And I spoke in favor of all sorts of training measures that could be pursued based on a code, a codex. And I feel that this sort of approach is a very positive one because it offers tremendous opportunities to bring an awful lot of things together. So training and educational initiatives should be strengthened and should be adapted to the requirements of the modern world and linked to a code, a sort of code of ethics. And then I'll come back later at on a different point. Thank you. Thank you. Who's going to give the answers? Who's going to start? Mr. Onidi, you first of all. I'll keep it short. The proposal made by Maite and also Mr. Fiedler, well, I think that the Police Cooperation Code is a very good opportunity for us to take a look at possible additions on top of the training aspects, exchange, joint work between different law enforcement bodies, a code of ethics and transparency as such. It would actually be very difficult at this stage to bring about. But gradually, and certainly in the context of the discussions that we'll be having with you on the Police Cooperation Code, I think it's an opportunity that could be seized so that we can include certain aspects linked to ethics and transparency. Let me say once again that each time a European initiative is taken, the upshot is that each time round, we've got a level of protection that is extremely high in terms of compliance with fundamental rights and individual rights. Secondly, Saskia Brikmont, further checks on Europol. Yes, in the regulation there are a number of measures that are highly ambitious, but also very firm in terms of modernizing the framework that's applied as regards the protection of personal data, increased power for certain authorities, certain supervisory bodies, including the EDPS, last-minute compromise. That's something you referred to. That doesn't in any way damage the decision by the EDPS. On the contrary, it enshrines in law what he has identified as a shortcoming. And it means that we have a system that is well codified, it's very sound, and it'll last. And that concerns the different modalities that the agency has to adhere to in order to supervise its policy and also the preservation and duration of data from different investigations. Ms. Corneli, similar to Frontex, Europol is in the front line as regards the current situation in Ukraine. Europol assists us in analyzing possible infiltration of individuals linked to terrorism or to organized crime. It assists us in the fight against smugglers, because if there are movements of people at borders, well, when that happens, unfortunately, there are always organizations that will take advantage of that to make money on the backs of others. So we have asked Europol for there to be a thorough analysis made of the type or types of organization that are active or intend to be active. And since the very first signs of the crisis, Europol has been in charge in terms of support action given to fight against cybercrime. And then there was a question put on the new framework that's applicable as regards the withdrawal of terrorist content online. Now, this revision will come to force in June of this year. An awful lot of work has been carried out with the different stakeholders involved, private bodies, national authorities, notification authorities, so that all of the measures that have been codified in this text can be fully implemented. And that includes all of the measures, the safeguard measures for individual and personal data. And also it concerns the type of data that can be exchanged. Thank you to Mr. Chrysanthos for having given a very good illustration of EU support to one of its member states. There's a memorandum that's been signed in order to boost resources in Cyprus in order to cope with this problem of illicit migration. Thank you. Thank you, Director. Mr. Darmanin, the Minister. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'd also like to thank all the parliamentarians who have actually taken the floor. And I'll just address some of the questions that were raised, that were asked of me. They've been partially answered, but I also wanted to respond as well on the question of transparency and the monitoring of Europol. Indeed, there is going to be a parliamentary control of Europol and also control of fundamental rights and control for the protection of data. And so I think that the compromise that we have reached with the Libe Committee shows very clearly that this control does exist, and it's important and it's required, and I think it's quite sufficient. What is sure is that as far as national police forces are concerned, there is control of national forces as well. I'm taking the exact example of France. We have two directors general, which are often actually called upon by the inquiries of the legislator as well, and we also have a monitoring by the magistrates as well, who can actually carry out investigations for the public opinion as well. But it's very clear that there is also a control by the Ministry of the Interior, and there's also control by the civil liberties bodies as well, and the judge for civil liberties can actually investigate at any moment. So I think that there are a similar situation in other countries as well of the EU, where you have similar types of administrative or legal monitorings or controls of the police, the law enforcement bodies. So I think it's quite normal that there should be these national controls. On a second point, which was raised by the Member of Parliament as well, on the creation of a body for fraud, and I must say that France is indeed very much in favour of this agency being set up, even if it's should be focusing more on the risky players, where we can get some information. I think that makes it easier for us in the European Union to be able to actually follow or be effective in our money laundering combat as well, and it will actually make the police and Europol more effective in their work. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister, for those responses. I think that all of the speakers on the list have actually been able to take the floor. We have also had replies from our guests. So I think at this stage, I can thank you all very much for your participation in the debate, and I can give the floor straight back to the co-chair, Mr. Lopez Aguilar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Darmanin. Thank you, Olivier Onidi, Director General, and all of the colleagues that have been part of the discussion, members of the European Parliament and national parliaments alike. There has been quite a lively and interesting exchange of views, showing the importance of undertakings by Europol and law enforcement landscape, evolving as to threats are evolving themselves. So it is a piece of work that certainly will be useful for all of us. But now we are opening a room for a coffee break. It was scheduled for half an hour, but it will be somewhat longer as we are not lagging behind. On the contrary, we are in advance as to the schedule, but the following panel, which will be the final one regarding artificial intelligence, another evolving threat, quite a challenge in every possible way, will be starting at 5 p.m., 1700. Up until then, we're having a coffee break. See you later. Bye.
Merci.
Alors, mes chers collègues,
Dear colleagues, we can now resume after that break, and we can move on now to our final thematic debate on the opportunities and also the challenges that AI is going to be posing for Europol. I'm going to allow Madame Pagaza Zortunda, Vice President of the Libe Committee in Parliament, to preside over this, and replacing Mr. Lopez Aguilar, who had to leave us. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. And Madame Brown-Pivet, we're going to now continue with this final session. We are now starting the last session today on the risks and opportunities of artificial intelligence for Europol. Now, I don't need to explain to you all that this is one of our top priorities as European citizens. We need to ensure that we have got confidence in technologies of in AI, making sure that it complements our fundamental rights and the regulatory framework in the EU, making sure that we have a European model of AI, not a Chinese or an American model, but that we're able to actually use these new technologies in respect of our fundamental rights and democratic rights. And so I think we've got to look and see how we're going to actually address this challenge and how we're going to be able to make sure that Europol is able to use AI developments in such a way so that the cybercrimes, that as far as cybercrimes are concerned, that it's not the criminals who are actually leading the game, but it's us who are able to ensure that we can actually focus on and detect misuse, abuse, or malicious use of AI. There are different systems that are being adopted for law enforcement and criminal justice purposes in the EU, and you're all familiar with that. However, I think during this thematic debate, we're going to be seeing what the opportunities are, but also what the risks are for this very important and very sensitive subject. It's going to be an interesting debate. I think it's going to be a very full debate. And I'm very pleased to be able to welcome speakers for the debate, such as Mr. Jürgen Ebner, who's the Deputy Executive Director of Europol, and Mr. Olivier Onidi, who you already know. He's participated in the previous debate, and he's from DG Home. He's Deputy Executive Director. We also have Nathalie Smucha, who's a lawyer and researcher in the area of law and ethics of AI and technology, coming from the Leuven Faculty of Law. You will all have 7 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, to make your comments. And following that, we will have a round of questions and answers from the members of the JPSG. Mr. Ebner, welcome to you, sir. You have the floor.
Are you here, Mr. Lebner? Are you connected?
Yes, I'm connected. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, thank you, and apologies. Well, thank you to the GPSG that Europol gets here the chance to share some thoughts about the risks and the opportunities, or I might better say even the...
Geht weiter. Okay, dann lege ich mal eben auf.
So I think I will continue to present the risks and the opportunities on artificial intelligence in use or in future use by Europol. Well, let me start first with the opportunities, or maybe the preconditions when it comes to our work. That is simply the work that is related to a large-scale investigations, the support of large-scale investigations of the member states, mainly in the field of organized crime, terrorism, which operates simply on a global scale, and predominantly also we see this also in the digital context. So for an organization like Europol, which is supposed to support the law enforcement agencies of the EU member states in the analysis of major investigations, I would say artificial intelligence is already now, but definitively for the future, a certain kind of prerequisite or even a precondition to perform its tasks along the expectations that are also given to Europol. There are mainly two reasons to do this. The one reason is, of course, that we should be aware what, let's say, the criminal side is using artificial intelligence and what kind of challenges and threats are going along with this. And I think the second reason for this is simply to boost the Europol analytical capabilities in the sense that we provide to the law enforcement agencies of the European member states the analysis in order to support large-scale investigations. It's a modern tool which allows police and justice practitioners to continue their job in principle that they always did in the past, but of course following the digital challenges. If you compare it simply, and I would like to use this example, it is really from the law enforcement side to find the needle in the haystack. And even more precise, the two tasks which are related to Europol, it's to extract the needle out of the haystack and at the same time to reduce the haystack. Because personally, I think I'm of the opinion that maybe the risk is even higher, that we have information already at Europol that could help to prevent a threat to life organization, or that could support also member states in the early stage of investigations for preventive reasons. And I think the risk is definitely also there that we don't find this information in time. So what is it all about? The AI and machine learning solutions allow Europol to automate basic data pre-processing tasks, which are currently done more manually, in order to leave more time to human analysis to focus on more cognitive tasks. So it's absolutely clear this is a supportive tool, but this is not an automated decision-making. So that should be also, we have in mind if we talk about the use of artificial intelligence. A human will always make the final decision. We see the need in our investigations we supported in the last years that we always found now millions of data that had to be analyzed, and it is maybe also self-explanatory that this cannot be done manually. So it's about to support the investigations. It's about time-related aspects, which are relying also on the use of artificial intelligence to have, for example, threat to life situations discovered in time. But it's also about the quality of the analysis, which is supported by Europol in order to pinpoint where the right angles where we would recommend the national law enforcement agencies to focus upon. If you look more specifically, this is also true when we come to the use or the support in the child sexual abuse material, where Europol, we have a team exclusively focusing and supporting investigation against child sexual abuse using a dedicated image and video analysis tool based on AI to identify both victims and offenders, but also there to make a clear distinction. This is not a facial recognition system. This is just comparing images, video screens to each other and to develop situations where we can trace which kind of suspect it might be or which kind of child might be and where it might be located. So this is just to mention you one example. Furthermore, drilling down why it's necessary to use AI. We are fully aware that the enormous potential of artificial intelligence has a wide-ranging implication for people in society. The use in the field of AI in the field of law enforcement has the potential to produce harmful outcomes. It can produce biases for discrimination and infringement of human rights. And the other element is, of course, that AI never should be a black box that would be simply difficult to understand or hardly to explain in the judicial process. For that reason, I would like to outline, and I think the executive director has also outlined this already this morning, that Europol, and here more specifically, the EU Innovation Hub for Internal Security, leads a project on accountability principles for the use of artificial intelligence tools by internal security professionals. This is a project where we see the Fundamental Rights Agency, Eurojust, CEPOL, the EU Asylum Agency, supported by academics, to develop algorithm accountability mechanisms that should be always used prior to develop AI tools. So this is about also to see what are the basic accountability principles that should be always applied. With this example, I would like to explain you what Europol is exactly doing and what we are not doing in the field of using artificial intelligence. To make it very clear, Europol does not use any predictive policing or live facial recognition technologies. What we do is, for example, in this project that we try to assess even whether we can use synthetic data, such as text, to develop algorithms while reducing the use even of personal data for training purposes. So this is one element. What we also do with AI is that we use AI-based systems for example, entity extraction. So to find words, to automatic translation, to translate from a special language into another language that can be easier processed. for object detection, for example, to find a red car somewhere in the video. So we believe that these do not pose a high risk to harm to the health or safety and fundamental rights and freedom of persons. So there we should also differentiate what we're talking about. And final note, when it comes to the perception in the public, also would like to highlight that in this project I was just mentioning, there was by the academia-centric, which is related to Sheffield University, there was also a citizen survey run how citizens perceive the use of AI by law enforcement agencies. And the feedback was astonishing also for us that something like 90% of the 5,000 people that gave a feedback said, well, they believe that police should use AI to safeguard children or to detect criminals in criminal organizations. Let me turn now to the last point, and I will only highlight that because this will be further elaborated by the Commission, that we believe that the amended Europol regulation will strengthen the mandate of Europol to promote and drive innovation in the field of internal security. However, and I think this is also important to mention in this context, the recast also strengthens the safeguard and scrutiny mechanisms. There are five layers that will help to apply artificial intelligence in the best possible way, respecting data protection, human rights. This is about principles of transparency, explainability, fairness, and accountability that will be used. If personal data is used for research and innovation purposes, it needs the prior authorization of the executive director. It needs the second layer, the consultation of data protection officer. The third layer would be the consultation of the fundamental right officer. The fourth layer will be that we have to inform the EDPS prior to the launch of the research and innovation project. And finally, and this is about you, an enhanced reporting to the GPSG. So we believe that with these five layers of, let's say, checks and balances, we believe that the good combination is found for the operational use of AI, but at the same time safeguarding public human rights and data protection. I hope I could convey that artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies do not only provide advantages for the work of Europol, not even I would call it advantages, it's a prerequisite, it's a precondition. But in the 21st century, the use of AI has become a precondition to carry out our police work or the work Europol is supposed to do. At the same time, I assure you that Europol is actually aware about the risks of AI technology for police work. And that is why we really have close cooperation with the EDPS also on this topic. And we believe that the new Europol regulation provides the right balance. Thank you very much.
Pues muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ebner. Let me now move on to give the floor to Mr. Onidi, who has the floor now for 7 minutes. You have the floor. Are you connected?
Merci, mesdames les...
Thank you very much, co-chairs. I think that Christian has very well explained the need for an agency like Europol to be able to have access to AI tools. It's all the more important for an organization like Europol because our added value comes from the fact that we are able to develop this capacity to provide an added value to the processing of data and information which has been given to it by the different national authorities. So the real added value from Europol is the fact that we have this competence, the technical competence to be able to cross-match data linked to criminal groups or from similar investigations, but information that has come from different sources, be it member states or private parties, third countries. So that really is the key area for development. This is why we need to develop this type of tool for Europol to ensure that we have full coverage of this area, so we're not dependent on outside players who might develop tools for another account or on another account. So I think we've also got to look at the policies that we have for development and innovation around Europol. So all of the research and development policies have been aimed at ensuring that we are much more proactive in trying to find solutions which are developed within Europol, in Europe, by Europeans. It's clear, however, that we need to continue updating the conditions for the use of such tools, because these instruments become stronger and stronger with time, and it's important that the public authorities, and in particular the co-legislator, has got to regularly request and look again at the legal basis for, or on the basis of which Europol can use this type of instrument. And as Christian said, the new regulation, the recast of the regulation, does look at the need for this type of tool to be developed and used. And Christian has explained to us under what conditions this type of instrument would be developed within Europol. He talked about the 5 layers. But it's also, and this is very important, the reason for the use of such tools. The reason for using this tools, the material that these tools are being applied to is the data that we have collected, that the legislator has already given a very clear list of conditions according to which Europol could actually exploit this data, could actually use the data and process the data. So I think that we have got a very solid regulation which enables Europol to have a clear legal position, but also shows exactly how these tools can be used. As Christian has said, the parameters are very clear, and it's essential that we have these clear parameters given the large amount of information that will be processed within the framework of our investigations these days. But also, it also extends even further because of the role that Europol has been given to be more or less our key center for competence in research and development of these tools, not just using AI, but working on behalf of the different member states and the different agencies within the EU. This role that is being given to Europol is a role which is going to be clearly regulated by a certain number of rules which emanate from the recast of the regulation and from past pertinent regulations, such as the regulation on data protection, the protection of personal data, and the framework directive, which is being negotiated at present, which is actually between the Parliament and the Council, on the certification of tools for artificial intelligence, which will specify who at European level can actually certify that a certain artificial intelligence mechanism can be used. Thank you very much, Mr. Onidi. Let me now give the floor to Nathalie Smucha. Are you connected, Ms. Smucha?
You have the floor for 7 minutes.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I think let's start with indeed making clear that AI is not a sort of special magic technology, but it can be thought of as a set of day-to-day techniques that can be used for advanced data analytics and can also be used for automated decision-making. And this can be automated decision-making for final decision, but also for intermediary decisions, which is also important. And it's based largely on statistics, probability theory, and correlations rather than causation. And so it can be used in everyday activities. It has a lot of opportunities. I'm personally involved in the ethics board of some H2020 projects in which Europol is also participating, for instance, AI applications against sexual exploitation of children. So it has a lot of opportunities, but as a lawyer, I will focus on the risks. I think you probably know of the opportunities already by now. And in 2018, the European Commission already started an exercise of thinking of the risks of AI more generally and set up a high-level expert group to think about it. And that now led to the inspiration of the proposal of the European AI Act, which is being discussed, as we just heard, at Parliament and Council. Now, this expert group coined the term Trustworthy AI. And that has three components. Trustworthy AI means AI that is robust, ethical, and legal. And this is especially important in a sensitive domain such as law enforcement, and it should not just be rhetorical. So let me just talk about each of these three elements. Let me start with what makes AI robust, or what are the risks if it's not. Robust AI means that it needs to be reliable. Its results need to be reproducible and accurate. And that also means it needs to be evidence-based. In the AI Act, there is, for instance, mention being made of AI systems that are used to detect whether a person is lying.
Hemos perdido la conexión.
We've lost the connection with Ms. Smucha. Let's see whether we can get her back. Can the technicians do anything? No, we seem to have lost the connection with our speaker. So we're just going to try and start the connection again. It was a very interesting presentation that we've just gotten started on. So can we, can anyone in Paris tell us whether we can actually get the connection back?
I'm back. Okay.
You're back.
Great. I hope you did not miss too much. The right to non-discrimination, that's where I was at. It's particularly important, given the risk for bias, for biased data sets, but also biased algorithms. It's not just in the data that you can have bias sneaking in, it's also the way the algorithm is developed. Of course, the right to data protection and privacy, I don't think I need to go into that. And trustworthy AI needs to be legal also means future legislation needs to be respected. Now, about the AI Act, a lot can be said about it. It's not perfect. There are a lot of open questions. And of course, this stems from the difficult balance to make between enabling law enforcement and Europol to do its work, but also ensuring the necessity and proportionality of the means that are being used, given the major impact on individuals. So it's very positive that a framework will come, but there is still a lot of work to do on it to make it more compatible with fundamental rights. For instance, a full-fledged human rights impact assessment would be important, not just a data protection impact assessment. And we need to also start looking beyond individual rights, because AI systems are more and more used at scale. So we don't just need to look at how they can impact the right of individual human beings, but also how they can affect societal interests, broader values. For instance, values enshrined in Article 2 of the Treaty on the European Union, including democracy, including the rule of law. AI systems can sometimes be opaque, and when they are used by the executive, they can increase the asymmetry of information between executive branch of power and the legislative and judiciary branch of power. So there can be an asymmetry of power that becomes bigger and thus impacting the rule of law. This also means that if the judiciary and the legislative want to exercise their controlling function, they need to have access to information. And they need to also educate themselves and have more resources and skills to do so. So the Council of Europe is, for instance, developing a human rights, democracy, and rule of law impact assessment for AI applications, because they say it's not just about data protection and it's not just about non-discrimination, but all human rights and democracy and rule of law needs to be assessed when AI systems are being used, especially in a domain as sensitive as law enforcement, where the right to liberty and fair trial can be affected. And then thirdly, AI needs to be ethical. Not all ethical requirements are translated into law, and there's no need for that. It's not very ethical to lie to your husband and wife on the way they look, but there is no law against it. However, there are some ethical obligations, and they go beyond law, and they raise broader questions about the type of society we want to live in, the type of societies we want to uphold. even if law doesn't require some things today, we need to think of the long-term effect that the use of AI systems can have. For instance, on human autonomy, and not just on the autonomy of day-to-day citizens, but also of staff within Europol or within law enforcement agencies that make use of AI systems. And especially when these systems are not very transparent or explainable, or when they're developed by the private sector, because there's not always the competence to do so in-house, there is a risk of an accountability gap. So it's very important that also the staff that is working with the system know how it works, knows what the risks are that are attached to it, knows what the human rights impact can be, and of course the broader impact. There are many other ethical issues that I don't have the time now to engage in, thinking of the impact on climate change, because AI systems can use a lot of energy, thinking of the impact of equality and diversity. But let me just give one example of also an irreversible impact that AI systems can have. I know this is not necessarily today an issue with Europol, but if we think of facial recognition as an example, which is something that, in the future can be used. Once you roll out infrastructure for facial recognition in public places, for instance, there is a sort of irreversibility because the infrastructure is built out. And there will be other examples like that. Once you build out a broad infrastructure, you will necessarily use it. There is some path dependency. So this is what we need to keep in mind. Now, to conclude, Europol has a framework in place to think about legal risks and has staff that is focusing on these issues. But we do still need a broader long-term vision of the role of AI in our societies. And we need to have proper education of the staff working not just in Europol, but also on the controlling entities. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Pues muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to my co-chair, who's Madame Pivet, who's going to be chairing the next part of the debate with the JPSG.
El señor Buffet. Prefiero.
It's Mr. Buffet, in fact. Mr. Buffet. Thank you. Sorry. I thought I was going to be giving it to a lady. In fact, I'm really sorry. I do apologize. I've really failed in my role. Thank you.
Comme nous avons 16 demandes d'intervention,
We've got 16 requests for the floor, so I think we should start with 5, 2 minutes per speaker. Then we'll get the speakers to respond for a total of 10 minutes. And I will start by giving you the floor, Madam Chair, because you're the first on the list.
Muchas gracias, señor Buffet.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Buffet, dear colleague. Thank you very much. I've got 2 very quick questions I'd like to raise. One is for Mr. Onidi, and the other one is for one of the other speakers. But you've talked about the regulation on AI use, and the EU AI Act, saying that we need to have robust rules for using AI. And you talked about this in very general terms, talking about the need for a balance between security and on the one hand and our rights on the other, the rights that we have in the non-digital world, to reduce the risk and to make sure that we are able to use AI safely. So we've got to make sure we have confidence of the citizens and make sure that we have a proper social contract between the politicians and the institutions with society. Now, my question is about this to the representative of Europol, and I think it's what is the role of the Officer for Fundamental Rights? You talked about the role that they're going to be playing when we actually try to use, when we actually develop research projects for AI. I'm wondering what type of protocols is going to be on the use of AI instruments and applications. That'd be very of great interest to those of us who are in this GS. We would SG. Sorry, we're talking about artificial intelligence, and we're in a situation today where we have a hybrid situation where we have a lot of internal threats and others and other uses of AI which can be actually very serious indeed. I'm wondering whether in this period of war that we're in today, how should we contemplate the use of our artificial intelligence tools or applications have we really understood properly what role they can play? And are there possible exceptions that would be made? And also for our speaker from the university, there are certain conflicts of interest, and we talked about some which will be carrying out the research into artificial intelligence and the conflict that might exist between the interests and the problems of an ethical type. Let me now give the floor to Mr. Prébil. Is Mr. Prébil online?
I have the impression he's not there. Mr. Prébil.
Okay, très bien.
Okay, yeah.
Loud and clear.
Yes, I'm very glad to see you all again on this JPHG meeting. Digital transformation is, of course, transforming and affecting our society in the most fundamental ways. And this observation applies equally to law enforcement authorities and criminal justice. For law enforcement to be able to continue to fulfill its core mission of ensuring the safety of citizens, of course, it will need to adapt. And the new tools brought by technological development must be made available to law enforcement support crime investigation, which has been increasingly, as we saw during this pandemic, also moving to digital spaces. And this need became apparent upon presentation of the proposal for the regulation on artificial intelligence, which will significantly affect police work and the safeguarding of internal security. This first ever initiative to provide a legal framework on AI, of course, will apply to public and private providers established within the EU or in a third country if the AI system is then used in European Union. In Slovenia, we held a lot of discussions regarding the artificial intelligence. We have the Institute of Jožef Stefan, which works closely with the OECD, developing the AI principles and also cooperating with this AI Principles Act. And I think that we are all very much involved in this artificial development. But of course, we have to make sure what are the greater benefits and what are the greater risks. And also we have to have in front of us the data protection. So in that all, we all hope that the law enforcement doesn't go too far and that we reach a conclusion. So where the AI is good for us and where it's not. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Cornelia Ernst from the European Parliament now has the floor. Thank you very much. Many thanks also for the discussion. It's an extremely important one. And I'd like to put a question to Mr. Ebner. If we're talking about artificial intelligence, then we're talking about huge data sets. That's what we all know. And the question is, how do we deal with this in the context of the privacy requirements? The EDPS has requested that certain data be deleted. We've also got an obligation on adequacy, in other words, minimizing data. That's a requirement. And there are certain data protection aspects of the EU rule that are covered. So my question is that in the light of the new regulation, where there are huge data sets that will have to be dealt with, and the basic principle of data minimization, how are you going to be able to deal with that in Europol? What about the role of EDPS in this connection, particularly when we're talking about artificial intelligence? And then I've got another question as well. Together with the large data bank, there's the U.S. surveillance activities, the large database there. Officially, this is no longer being used anymore, but why is that the case? And as regards these tools, would you say they are artificial intelligence? Ms. Smua, you are aware of the critical report approved by Parliament on artificial intelligence, dealing with, for example, maintenance and strengthening of certain fundamental requirements. So maybe you could say something about this. And could you give us some information as regards data-based analysis of certain developments in Europe and the concerns that people have as regards fundamental rights, and what is being done in this context as regards Europol and the regulation? Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you. Gwendolyn Caulfield from the European Parliament. You have the floor now. If you're online, Ms. Delbos Caulfield, if you can hear us.
I have understood everything that was said. I do realize that we are talking not about predicting policy, not about facial recognition, but still, I mean, these algorithms, these crossed data files and all of this, they have shown, they have been used in other places, and they have shown, and it was said by the third speaker, they have shown that they can be huge discrimination. So what will you do about that? The English police experience is really one that we should learn from. There have been some very clear files that have been made that were specifically targeting some sort of people, men of certain origins, and it was thought to be only, data use, and there was no facial recognition. So it has big concerns, and I think that you cannot just say, well, it's not facial recognition, it's not predicting technology, it's nothing very innovative, so we're fine, we are very worried, you understand this, so please, could you elaborate on, for example, how you're going to empower your data protection people and your data protection officer and your new fundamental right officer? When I came to see you at the start of my term, it wasn't that clear what the data protection officer was empowered with. I met Eurojust at the same time, and it was much more clear what the data protection officer was doing in Eurojust. So I was not, in fact, surprised when data protection issues came out of the Europol experience, because you could see that you had not empowered him enough. So what are you doing now? What safeguards are you putting in place? Trainings, learning from what has been done elsewhere? And then on the transparency issue, because I heard your 5 layers, and then you came to this 6, if I may, which would be the fact that you come here to do a very clear report. Most of the time we feel that reports in GSPEG are not very detailed, not very elaborate. Most of what we hear during these days we already know. We're a bit frustrated on the European Parliament point of view. And sometimes it feels that it's a lot of things that you could say in an open space, and this system of weak law is not really necessary. So could we have more transparent info? We are serious and responsible people. We will not use it outside, but we really need more transparency on all of this. Will we have that? Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you. Jacek Kurzepa from the Polish Parliament is the last speaker for this round. Jacek Kurzepa. Mr. Kurzepa, if you are there. I think he is connected. Could someone perhaps prompt him? Jacek Kurzepa, can you hear me? You do have the floor. Well, we'll come back to you later. Alexander van Hattem from the Netherlands.
I have a question. There are serious concerns about the use of artificial intelligence and privacy. And I have one concern specific about the use of the European digital identity, in which a lot of data are combined, bank accounts, you name it. On what way will Europol handle with the...
Vous avez peut-être coupé votre micro.
It would seem that you've muted your microphone. We can no longer hear you.
Allô?
Can you hear me now?
Oui, très bien. Okay.
Did you hear my question?
Yes, it's good.
Okay.
No.
I asked about the European digital identity and the concerns about privacy and artificial intelligence, and the combination of data in the new European digital identity, such as bank accounts and other highly private information. How will Europol handle this kind of information in the future when such information is, of such data are more and more coupled to personal identification systems, and what will be the aspect of artificial intelligence with in combination with such very private information, and how can the privacy how will the privacy be safe? That's my question at the moment. Thank you.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to just take that first round of questions. I'll ask Mr. Ebner if he has a reply first of all. Mr. Ebner?
Thank you very much for the questions that were put forward.
Merci.
I try to be brief, and I will start first with some preconditions that were mentioned by several. The one was by the Vice Chair of the European Parliament about the role of the Fundamental Rights Officer, which will be one of the roles that will be newly established at Europol. So that is clearly a role that will be there in addition to the data protection function, which is an independent function at Europol. And I think it's taking care about those elements that are mentioned by Mrs. Smuha, which is about the ethical approach, that also looking into a robust artificial intelligence, because at Europol we are not talking about data protection by design, so that from the very beginning, at every moment an artificial intelligence tool will be developed, but there's also the fundamental rights and the human rights by design to be a respective one. So this will be a function that will be added at Europol, and that will be also from the very beginning have a say in the development of the artificial intelligence tools. Second element, and this was also mentioned by several of you, on what would we do now also in the future in order to see that there is no bias in developing artificial intelligence tools, and how this can be prevented. I think there it's again necessary to outline that one of our first projects we are running under the Innovation Hub of Europol with entities like the Fundamental Rights Agencies, like Eurojust, like CEPOL, is that we have to agree on the very beginning and the accountability principles on developing AI tools, because you have to set, let's say, a certain kind of criteria that you should always respect on developing these tools. And I think these accountability principles, which I outlined in my short intervention, they are the precondition that we know against what the Fundamental Rights Agency officer and against what the data protection function should also check the development about AI tools, if this is all done under, let's say, a specific development. Some of you, I think Mr. Priebel and again the Vice Chair, mentioned also the AI regulation. I will not discuss the regulation as such. The only element I would like to highlight is that we see that this regulation is, of course, developed for a wide range of users. But there are specific needs of the law enforcement, which I tried to outline. And we simply... and we simply believed that not everything we're doing is at the same high risk level, because now it's everything connected to a high risk level. It makes a difference if you look, for example, for an automated translation tool, which is based on artificial intelligence, or if you look more specifically, let's say, on information that's related to a human being. So there might be then, let's say, the risk that this is an infringement of human rights can be simply different. So we are of the opinion that there should be a differentiation about this high risk development. On the question of Mrs. Ernst about the role of the EDPS, let me phrase very clear, so that also under the new Europol regulation that is now under discussion, there's always the need of a prior consultation of the EDPS before we go into the development of AI tools. We did this, by the way, with all 7 instruments that are currently now to be developed at Europol. So there was a prior consultation ongoing with the EDPS, which was done in a very cooperative way. But to be also very clear, this process lasted longer than 1 year and is still not finalized yet. So what the new Europol regulation foresees is simply that in very urgent cases, under very specific conditions, there can be a so-called fast-track approach, which will not, let's say, contradict the role of the EDPS, because he still has then the role in order to see whether everything is developed in an data protection conformity way, but for specific operational purposes, and this can be also related to life-threatening situations of victims, we would have maybe to adjust simply also artificial intelligence tool in a fast-track approach, but in consultation with the EDPS. I think then again there was the question about the European digital identity. There I would like simply to highlight how Europol is working. So we don't have a direct link into European digital identities. Information that is shared with Europol is always information that is collected under judicial oversight in the European Union member states. And then it is, let's say, following the national laws, but also, of course, the new Europol regulation, then it is shared with Europol. And only then Europol can work with this data and also apply artificial intelligence on data that is shared with Europol. That can be massive amounts of data, as I said, for example, stemming out of telephone interceptions or also of investigations that have to be processed. And in order to handle this massive amount, this is simply also necessary to not to do it manually, because there we will lose a lot of time. But this is also, and I think this question was also put forward by one of you, asking what do we do in order to minimize data? This is exactly what the aim is of the use of artificial intelligence tools, in the sense as we use it, and I think also Mrs. Moore referred to this, that in our case, this is a tool that will filter down unnecessary data and will simply also lead more quicker to divide between relevant data and unnecessary data in order to keep this amount of data as low as possible. This is about data minimization, and this is about, I would say, what we are calling even is applied data protection. And last remark on this, police has sees no need even to collect big amounts of data, because what I said at the very beginning of my intervention is we see a higher risk that we are, let's say, literally sitting on a high stack of data, but not finding in time the right data in order to support an investigation or even to prevent a threat to life situation. And I think even from this angle, the intention of police is to focus only on data that is really relevant to support the investigations. I think with this I have addressed most of the questions. Thank you very much.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you. Madam Smuggler, I think that one of the questions was also addressed to you. Would you like to reply? Or Mr. Onidi, would either of you like to take the floor?
Oui. Et je le ferai brièvement. I'll be very brief. I think the question that was addressed concerned what kind of concerns there still remain with the AI Act, and then more specifically the role of law enforcement and by extension Europol. I think one of the issues with the AI Act is that it relies a lot on ex post scrutiny rather than ex ante scrutiny. So there is indeed, as was said, a list of high-risk applications, also within law enforcement, and those are the ones targeted. So it's certainly not the case that all AI applications used in law enforcement, like automatic translation, for instance, are not targeted by the AI Act. Only those specific applications that are listed in the Annex 3 of the proposal. The problem, however, is that some of these applications are very sensitive in and of themselves. For instance, the use of AI systems to detect whether, for instance, someone is lying or to detect their emotions, right? This is something that, as I said previously, scientifically is not very robust. But then there are also applications like carrying out risk assessment, predictive policing of individuals. So it's a bit of a separate issue because I understand that this is not, the core activity of Europol today. But if we are talking about the use of AI applications in this context, one of the issues is that the use of these systems is only scrutinized after they are being used. So there is no independent check or audit that is being done of these systems prior to their being used. So they're recognized as high risk, but there is no independent audit that needs to be done before the police can use them. It's actually law enforcement authorities themselves who need to assess the risks. And that is, for some organizations, quite a sensitive matter. Then there are some aspects that are not considered as high risk. For instance, the biometric categorization of individuals. So biometric identification is high risk, but categorization is not. The categorization of people through biometric information is, for instance, trying to assess which gender they belong to or even which ethnicity they belong to. So this is currently, for instance, not considered as high risk. So overall, there are some issues in terms of fundamental rights protection that remain open, but that hopefully will be strengthened over the course of the negotiations.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much. Mr. Onidi, would you like to take the floor at this stage? Thank you very much, Chair. Just a few additional points. First, on the risks. Delbos mentioned one of the major risks, which is discrimination. I think it's important that we note that we have got to ensure that the researchers are able to fine-tune the tools that we have, and that's for that reason that the new Europol regulation establishes a possibility for the agency to develop and to improve and fine-tune their tools within certain conditions. So again, there are certain criteria that must be met. The data has got to be anonymized, for example. This type of thing has been maintained in the text by the legislator. And secondly, the legislator also, at each juncture when legislation was being discussed that had a link to artificial intelligence applications, the legislator was always very careful on certain aspects, such as, for example, decision-making. It's very clear throughout the text, including in the text which actually is aimed at protecting children from sexual exploitation online. It's very clear that any technology which is aimed at identifying pedopornography online or any activities aimed at recruiting children online, all of those applications can use artificial intelligence mechanisms, but the decisions that are taken, even those which are taken within private companies which are developing this type of tool, the decisions have always got to be surveyed or monitored by humans before. So it's always a person who's going to be deciding. A machine does not decide on our behalf, and under no circumstances. So it's always a person who will check the decisions that are made. And a third very important aspect is that in all legislation, all of these mechanisms are subject to assessments, additional assessments, which are carried out to check the impact of the measure on privacy, on personal data, on fundamental rights. So there'll always be an impact assessment, and that is also written into the text and including into the new regulation for Europol. That takes me back to the comment that was made by Maite, because quite clearly we will have to have someone who's responsible. We will have the fundamental rights officer within Europol, and that individual will very clearly have responsibility for validating and assessing the impact of activities of the agency during the development and use of AI tools. And I think that that is a very good initiative. Thank you. Thank you, Director. I'm going to come back now to the questions. Let me give the floor now to Mr. Metsu. Cohen Metsu from the Belgian Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the exchange of views, I have several small remarks. The new emerging technologies like AI, they can have disruptive effects to our society. I think we're all convinced of that, but they can, however, also form an opportunity for law enforcement authorities to maximize their role and impact in terms of safety. So for me, it's not really clear which opportunities lie ahead of Europol in terms of artificial intelligence. Is there, for instance, an opportunity for Europol in the EU data space for innovation at EU LISA? Is there a need for this EU data space for innovation, and how should it best relate to the services already provided by the agency? I would also like to know that the opportunities for law enforcement to make use of the same technologies as criminals, like, for instance, AI, are as great as the challenges they pose. We must make sure that the correct organizational cultures are in place, that there is a sharing of resources, that there is a development of joint approaches at the national and European level, and that we strive for international cooperation and a robust legal framework. So how is Europol trying to contribute to these works, and what are the main challenges for the agency itself there too? And my final remark, AI is one of the focal points of the innovation laboratory at Europol, with which the agency is to coordinate EU security research in various fields. We would like to follow up on the activities of this EU Innovation Hub in Innovation Lab as provided by Europol. So what is the state of play, and what projects are foreseen to be implemented in the near future? And my final question, what can national law enforcement authorities do to be better prepared for the new challenges that these new technologies pose? Mr. Chair, I'm looking forward to the answers. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. Madame Fabiola Cardoso from the Portuguese Parliament. Madame Cardoso.
Señora Presidente, although it will be very nice to be in Paris, I think this online format should be considered, because it's much environmentally friendly, and it should be considered in the future. In a world and a Europe that escalate in problems and challenges, after COVID, we see the rise of Europe, the war of Europe, and so this brings a lot of importance to this debate and reflection. I would like to present a question to each one of our excellent speakers. The first one is about the budget and the resources. Do you consider that the Europol has the proper resources, not just only money, but also human and technological resources, so that Europol can be in the front line of this area that is developing as fast as probably no other one? The second question is about the competencies, the role of the fundamental rights officers. We have been heard it about they will have some very particular competencies regarding the AI issues, but who are they? How will they be chosen? What kind of scrutiny and evaluation will be upon them? This is also very important. And the third question is a more reflective one and more broad one, because I truly agree with the need of a more wide, more long-term vision because we have to keep it very ethical and also understand that all that we do has very deep consequences in the future. So I think that not just those who apply these mechanisms should be very aware of the consequences in democracy, in rule of law, and in all human rights, but also the society, because each one of those persons, he was not born a politician, he was not born a judge, he was not born a policy, he was, before all that, he was a student. So I think we have to open this kind of subjects and make it central, a central part of the European education. Only if every citizen can understand what rule of law means and understand what's the meaning of human rights in everyday life, this will be possible to be ethical solution in the future. Otherwise, it will be just a weapon in the hand of few. Thank you very much.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gala Veldhoen from the Netherlands. You have the floor, madam.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and also thank you for the presentation on this very important subject. Many questions has been answered, but I have two remaining. We should not allow that decisions of governments, international organizations, and law enforcement agencies, including Europol, use self-learning AI without human intervention. I'm happy to hear from Mr. Ettner that there will always be a human decision, but the question is, on what level is this the case? Only by the final decision or also earlier decisions in the process? I believe this is very important regarding explainability and legal certainty. Because AI systems are not only a matter of legislation, but merely of execution, supervision is not only needed upfront, but also after the legislation is in effect, when the AI is being used. And I have a question also for Mr. Ettner. In what manner is this evaluation being done by Europol? By what independent body? And what are the outcomes until today? I underline this part because a framework is good and of course very important and it's a good start, but not enough transparency, and a thorough evaluation is key as well, also to be able to learn from earlier use of AI. And furthermore, our democratic institutions should be well equipped, I believe, to deal with the complex and often untransparent nature of AI applications. And that's not really a question, but a call to myself and to my colleagues that we have to educate ourselves also on this level, because I think it's a very technical subject and it has also legal but also technical issues. And I think it is very important that the democratic institutions get up to date very fast and thoroughly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Juana Consuela Florea is the last of this round from the Chamber of Deputies of Romania. Madame Florea.
Voilà, c'est à vous.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Nous vous voyons et nous vous entendons.
We can see and hear you.
Thank you. I would like to thank you for choosing this topic because it's a very important one. I have two questions for Europol, two short questions. My country has a border with Ukraine, and so we are war ongoing at our borders. So about that, we have seen that they used artificial intelligence in the cyber warfare. They also use drones having artificial intelligence as a software on board. So what's your opinion about that? And where the world is going using this AI, destroying countries, killing people. So what I understand that there are good things in using artificial intelligence. But we can see these days that also artificial intelligence can be damaging. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much. And we turn back to our speakers. And we'll start with Mr. Ebner.
For all the questions. To start with the Belgium representative first. For what kind of opportunities we use AI in the future, I hope I'd outlined that, let's say, nearly all investigations of EU member states that will be supported in analytical terms by Europol, we see simply the challenge that we see massive amount of data out of these investigations. I always use the example, please have your own mobile phone in mind. How many data you will find on these mobile phones? These are 10,000s of data probably in this, and even in the criminal. You will not always have, let's say, data that is always related to criminality, but there might be also data on the mobile phone which is simply related to the hairdresser and whatsoever. So also there we have the need to make a clear distinction about relevant data and non-relevant data, and this can be only done with the help of artificial intelligence, which is, from our understanding, a certain kind of filtering tool. I think this is always important to mention, not to, let's say, not to mix it up with predictive policing or using live facial recognition systems, because this was also mentioned. So it is simply to help the investigator, the analyst, to pre-process data, which is normally done in the past manually, and you cannot process millions of data manually because you will simply not be able to find the relevant data. And this brings me already maybe to the other question, which was, because it's content related, I think also put forward by the member of the Parliament of the Netherlands, Mrs. Veldhoen, when the human intervention will take place. I would answer this, even though that we use this filtering processes, human intervention will take place from the very beginning, where AI tools are developed, because this will also depend, of course, on, let's say, the investigators and the analyst knowledge about what kind of rule should be applied. But this is, for example, also, again, part of the project I was referring to, that there is also human intervention from fundamental rights officers, from data protection officers, and together with the analysts and the investigators necessary in order to develop these right tools. This human intervention will be definitively also during the process, but definitely at the very end of the process. There will be, at least what we can see nowadays, never ever be, let's say, a decision-making process purely based on AI tools. It will be at the very end, let's say, always the investigator who receives a set of proposals from the AI machines where he or she can focus upon to take the final decision on where, for example, an investigation should be conducted upon. So that is maybe answering this about the human intervention. Coming back to questions which were related on how we cooperate in the EU data space for innovation, which is a project which is led by EU-LISA. I think this is also a typical example where we clearly can see, also having fully the data protection in mind, that this data space for innovation can be a very useful tool for training of artificial intelligence. So there is, for example, the place and also to collect, let's say, relevant training data, which can further help to develop artificial intelligence tool. The only element what we're always stressing this, that we should not duplicate, of course, efforts where member states, for example, from investigations share information with Europol, that we do not create, let's say, now two, let's say, competing sets of data which can be used for training artificial intelligence tools. But we are part of this project, and we, of course, cooperate on this also with the EU-LISA. Related to the question from the member of the Portuguese Parliament, well, about appropriate resources. Let me start with the first statement that the Commission, with the support of the Member States, have, as a consequence of the Europol regulation recast, allocated resources towards Europol also to further work on the area of innovation as such, and also here in particular on artificial intelligence tools. Where still some open questions is in the area of the innovation hub, which is consisting out of some other EU agencies and Member States to cooperate in this. there simply also some stronger commitment, but also Commission is pressing on this of other EU agencies would be necessary to clearly second stuff to this this hub, also to work more actively on this. You asked for the selection or the role of the fundamental right officer, how he or she will be selected. Well, this is done on a, let's say, selection procedure which is open, transparent, which is not only run by, let's say, Europol staff involved, but also in every selection procedure Europol is running. There will be a member states representative allocated to this on specific selection procedures, also the Commission represented on this. And of course, this is following clear selection criteria. On the final remark, which was made by the member of the Parliament of Romania, when it comes to the border with Ukraine and what we see with cyber warfare and drones that are there, I would first of all like to stress that we have a working arrangement with Ukraine in place, which is of course guiding us through all possibilities where we can cooperate with. We are also in full support in accordance to this working arrangement also with the Ukraine, but also when it comes there, what we see, and there we would have to make a clear distinction between what is related to the external security and defense related questions and what is related to criminality. So there we would have to make a distinction. For example, if the countries around the Ukraine see that there is also some criminal impact on the cyber warfare, so cyber attacks, for example, to be focused upon, financial, let's say, investigations that might be carried out. This is, let's say, then the source where Europol can start supporting member states, but it has to always to be connected, let's say, with the Europol regulation, the current one in place. So that is about investigations in the field of cybercrime, about serious and organized crime or terrorism. So if this is related to this, and you also there, of course, they have a strategic cooperation with Ukraine on this, there Europol can play a supportive role. And last remark is, I think you were simply asking for which kind of projects we're currently supporting. I would say there's a wide range of projects, of 4 of them under the Horizon 2020 project, which is all about automating process for referrals, further development of analytical platforms. It's about using augmented reality and AI and machine learning in different fields. Again, all related to the Europol regulation. And furthermore, when it comes to the Innovation Hub, which is the entity we're just referring to, where all the agencies are represented, but also EU member states, that might be, again, one more important to stress on the one project I had already presented to you, but there are also other projects, for example, a potential AI use in the field of ETIAS, EES, because there you see there will definitely have a big challenge when it comes to massive amounts of data to be also shared with the law enforcement agencies in the member states. And that is maybe also one of the projects we conduct there. Also, when it comes to foresight possibilities at the borders, which we are running together with Frontex, another important partner we cooperate with. So this is all about also in a wider sense border management, but also not only from a, let's say, from a pure law enforcement perspective when it comes to the internal security in EU, but in general to have a more active border management possibility. We all see nowadays the challenges which are connected to this. I hope I have answered by this the most questions. Thank you very much.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Mr. Onidi, would you like to speak to this point, or Ms. Smua? Mr. Onidi, Ms. Smua, or the other way around? Well, I'll be very brief. We don't have much time. In answer to Mr. Metsu, there's another opportunity for Europol to develop this type of tool that I could mention. These tools make it possible to target research and to get right to the essentials immediately. In other words, more efficient, saves time. And with this targeting approach, it means that we're also minimizing interference with all of the other data. So that also means with this type of tool, the right tools, we're protecting people by simply targeting those who constitute a risk or are relevant in the context of an investigation. Ms. Cardozo, financial resources. I think there's been a brief response to that. We've never got enough in the way of financial resources, the budgetary context being as it is. As regards the funding, Europol, with its new regulation, has additional funding to be used in the context of development of innovation tools, including AI tools. As for the Office of Fundamental Rights, Jürgen's reply to that. And then on the supervision side, the European Parliament will doubtless invite that individual to come along and speak and to report on his or her activities. And in that context, in the context of an interparliamentary group, it'll also be possible to consult that person to get them to report to you on the type of analysis that's been made and the sort of advice and opinion that he or she will be producing. Ms. Verdun, human decision, yes, not just at the end of the chain, but at several points along the way. And it's the role, the place of human beings as regards the use of this type of tool, which is one of the crucial points, and it's constantly and regularly assessed by the different supervisory organs, including the European Data Protection Supervisor. Thank you. Ms. Smoa, do you have anything to add?
Brief, and maybe just to complement and come back to two aspects that especially came back in the questions of Madame Cardoso. I think indeed this long-term vision is very important because we are talking now about a set of AI applications that Europol is using today. But these set of applications will grow. The same will happen in member states. And that is not just because it's possible, but also because it's necessary. We will be producing more data. So we will need better tools in order to peruse through this data. So we need to future-proof whatever accountability framework we are setting in place. And I think that also means coming back to the resources. I think in terms of resources, we're not just talking about budget, but also about skilled people, both in Europol, but also in law enforcement agencies that will be using these systems. And skilled people means skilled in AI, but also, of course, skilled in the legal and ethical risks associated with it, so that they can ask the right critical questions. We've been talking about the fact that there will be a human in the loop, right? Human intervention throughout multiple decisions. But everything depends on how well that person is equipped with assessing that decision. Because if you have limited time and limited skills, and the system is suggesting you something, then you will just go with that suggestion, right? Depending on how it's framed. So that's why skills and resources are essential elements, as well as you pointed out, transparency towards those who will be subjected to the systems rather than those who use it. If by the use of an AI application by Europol or law enforcement agencies, someone ends up in court, for instance, it's important that that person has then the information to be able to challenge the AI-enabled decisions that preceded that person's appearance in court. So these are also elements that need to be taken into account. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Well, I think everybody has spoken. Answers have been given. So I'd now like to give the floor back to the chair.
Gracias, señor Buffet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buffet. Thank you, dear colleagues and dear guests. I think that we have actually been able to look very broadly at the very complex situation of the use of AI by Europol. And it doesn't take you to be overly intelligent to know that we're going to have to continue working a lot in this very complex and difficult field. But it now remains for me just to say thank you to all of you and to move on to the last item of our agenda.
Bien. Merci, mais je rends la parole à Madame.
I was going to give the floor to Yael Braun-Pivet, but I've been told I can't. So, Mr. Lopez Aguilar, over to you.
Members of the Troika and members of the GPSG, thank you for gathering around this series of talks that we had throughout this long journey of us improving the quality of our work through active participation in exercising scrutiny on Europol, scrutinizing Europol. It's still challenging to do it remote. We're having trouble connecting with each other from time to time. I only hope I can feel it, that must also be your feeling, that we are all counting the minutes to and the hours and the days until we finally make it live and person to person as we used to, be it in Brussels or be it in the rotating presidency seat for that matter. But of course we appreciate and we thank very much so the co-chairs for the work that they have been carrying out, and of course the French presidency's organization, which has facilitated, despite all the technical challenges, remote connections and all, the planning and the operational side of this conversation between members of the European Parliament and national parliaments when it comes to exercising control and scrutiny on Europol. And just a final word, let me remind you that the next GPSG meeting should be taking place in autumn, and that'll be in the European Parliament in Brussels. But we will inform the members as soon as possible as to the dates, and we are only looking forward to welcoming you here in Brussels, hopefully in person. Hopefully that'll be back to life, real life, so that we can actually gather and get to know each other in the next GPSG meeting. Thank you all. Have a good evening, and thank you for this exercise on the talks we've had. It's been much interesting and lively participation. Thank you for your contributions. Bye now. I would pass the floor to Monsieur Buffet, which will be addressing you all now.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, cher co-président, cher membre.
Thank you very much, dear co-chairs, members of the Troika, MPs. I'm very pleased that the level of the debates that we've had today, which I think shows that we have a great deal of confidence, we from the national parliaments and those from the European Parliament, the great confidence that we have in Europol for enabling creating a space of security for the European citizens. I don't want to take too much of your time this evening, but before I give the floor to my colleague, Madame Baron-Pivet, I wanted to thank all of today's guests and speakers that have intervened today. Those who have taken the floor, who've asked questions, have shown how important it is and how interested we are in the work of this working group. Thank you all very much for your participation, and have a good evening.
Merci à vous.
Thank you. Thank you very much, President Buffet and co-chairs, members of the Troika and parliamentarians. I'm very pleased as well to have actually participated in this debate where we had a dense exchange of views. We talked a lot about our concerns about the new resources that we have to face up to this to criminality today. Europol, like our police services, are at the heart of our efforts to protect our citizens, and they are really embody the concerns of our citizens. We know how important it is that we're able to react together to these challenges. It's a stimulating and demanding challenge, and we're very pleased, those of us here at the National Assembly in France and from the Senate, to have actually contributed to this debate today as part of the joint parliamentary scrutiny group. Along with our colleagues at the European Parliament. I'd like to thank all participants who took part in today's discussions. I wish you all a very pleasant evening, and I do hope, as all our colleagues have said, that we're able to meet again in person at our next meeting. See you all very soon.